Happy
Oh, happy
birthday.
birthday.
I will let her know. Do you have any update on Pam?
I think we're live.
Oh.
We're live. Yeah.
She's getting a test tonight. They did surgery, and she goes in for a first test. This was about 15 minutes ago, so we'll get an update probably in the next couple of hours on Facebook or something. So she's hanging in there. She's strong. Just pray for wisdom for the doctors and the and strength for Pam.
What kind of operation?
Heart surgery.
Wow.
Yeah. So, welcome to the Noah's Nest. I am your local presenter, James TheIdolSmasher at yahoo.com. Reuven Goldstein, our host and producer. We do a weekly Torah reading, a weekly portion of the Torah, and we're a bunch of crazy folk here who kind of gallop through the Parshah and expand on it. If you'd like to join us, we are at Parshah Yitro, or Jethro, as he's known here in the West, chapter 18 of Exodus through chapter 20, the end of 20. J-Dubs, where do you want to do it chapter by chapter or topic by topic?
You know how I like it. Yep, chapter by chapter is fine.
All right, I'll start us out. Baruch
You sure you don't want to break it up? It's a good long chapter.
Let me go get a book.
Excellent.
Oh, no problem.
Awesome. Ermaine, you hosted a great hangout.
Oh, you think?
I do think. When Nephi came in, there was a bit of deflation.
Yeah.
But you know, even he settled down after a little bit, and when I could stay for it, it was really interesting and heady.
You were able to restrain Nephilim, huh?
It took a minute. He was wild for a good 10 minutes, and that's a long time, you know. And he came in full blown, swinging his cross, baby. He was Jesus for nothing, you know, and we all dodged him, blocked him, and you had to calm him down a little bit because it was a touchy subject, and he's used to battling a different battleground, and this was more like a round table discussion.
Right.
And you mama bared him. I loved it. It was beautiful. It was awesome. Whenever things get out of hand, or you put them right, you put the room right where everybody belonged. It was bliss.
You had a guy that was crying at one time at the end, and after you left, he just really opened up. It was something else. You know, a lot of back and forth, a lot of comments on the hangout, which I haven't done a hangout on there in 2 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Actually, the crowd is getting home, so give me 1 sec. I'll be right there. You give me 1 sec. I'd love to listen.
Okay.
Make a little.
We're just settling in here, so
Would you guys mute me? Would you mind?
no problem. Links in the description for those who want to join. Hangout is mostly towards focused towards Gentiles studying Torah, but hey, we got David in tonight. Welcome.
Yes.
Lucky, we're blessed.
We like Israelites when they show. We like it when Israelites show up. Of course it's y'all's book.
Yeah, we have no idea what we're doing. You know,
Well, let's get to it. This is once again, if you're just tuning in, this is Exodus chapter 18. We will be reading, or I will be reading my portion anyway, and we like to skip around. I've got a few other translations back here. I personally have been digging this, thanks to Path of Abraham. It's the Stone Edition Chumash. Get one. Get one. I don't care, you know, if you're a God-fearer and you want a book. If you're not a God-fearer and you want a book, get this Stone Edition Chumash, Art Scroll.
it's only $30. Yep.
And it's worth every flipping penny, baby. Let me tell you. Okay, shut up.
Hi, Reuven. You want to go first? First chapter, Reuven?
Yeah, Reuven, go ahead. You read first. Okay. Jethro.
I need to unmute my mic just so that you guys could hear me laugh.
We love you too, Reuven. We do. Reuven is our producer and host, but he is a texter. Jethro, The minister of Midian, the father-in-law of Moses, heard everything that God did to Moses and to Israel his people, that Hashem had taken Israel out of Egypt. Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, took Zipporah, the wife of Moses, after she had been sent away, and her 2 sons, of whom the name of one was Gershom, for he had said, I was a sojourner in a strange land, and the name of the other was Eliezer, for the God of my father came to my aid, and he saved me from the sword of Pharaoh.
Wait, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I don't get it. In other words, what are we doing? Because we can all read. But is there any commentary or anything like that?
What we usually do is just to get it, we'll read it, discuss, bring out the commentary, everybody. That's how we usually have been doing it.
Okay, so you do the commentary later?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're going to do chapter 18 and stop and let
you're going to read the whole chapter?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
Do you have is there a better suggestion?
No, well, no, I don't know about better. All I know is what I'm used to is like each sentence usually has like 10 million things in it, right? Like the first sentence was that Jethro heard everything that God had done to Moshe and to the Jewish people. And so I think one question is, why does it say everything? And there's like a lot of commentaries about that. But so I'm still trying to understand. After you read the chapter, you go back and you go sentence by sentence.
Yes.
Okay.
And the value of that is there's also people who are watching and
right.
watch this after the fact and who are watching right now, and
right.
they may not have read it. So if we could read it to them and then go through it, it's kind of like for television.
Got it. Cool.
We're mostly focused towards Gentile, Western, American. They don't. The Stone Edition is a very much different translation. Try to get everyone on the same page.
Yeah. That's one of the great things about this room is everyone. Well, yeah, it works. Anyway.
We try not to focus towards them. Unfortunately, that's our viewership. But we're trying to get them to be more kosher. That's the goal.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Verse 5. Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, came to Moses with his sons and wife to the wilderness where he encamped by the mountain of God. He said to Moses, I, your father-in-law Jethro, have come to you with your wife and her 2 sons with her. Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and he prostrated himself and kissed him. And each inquired about the other's well-being. Then they came to the tent. Moses told his father-in-law everything that Hashem had done to Pharaoh and Egypt for Israel's sake, all the travail that had befallen them on the way, and that Hashem had rescued them. Jethro rejoiced over all the good that Hashem had done for Israel, that he had rescued it from the hand of Egypt. Jethro said, Blessed is Hashem, who has rescued you from the land of Egypt, and from the hand of Pharaoh, who has rescued the people from under the hand of Egypt. Now I know that Hashem is greater than all the gods, for in the very manner in which the Egyptians had conspired against them. Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, took an elevation offering and feast offerings for God, and Aaron and all the elders of Israel came to eat bread with the father-in-law of Moses before God. It was on the next day that Moses sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moses from the morning until the evening. The father-in-law of Moses saw everything that he was doing to the people, and he said, What is this thing that you do to the people? Why do you sit alone with all the people standing by you from morning to evening? Moses said to his father-in-law, Because the people come to me to seek God. When they have a matter, one comes to me, and I judge between a man and his fellow, and I make known decrees of God and his teachings. The father-in-law of Moses said to him, "The thing that you do is not good. You will surely become worn out, you as well as this people that is with you. For this manner is too hard for you. You will not be able to do it alone. Now heed my voice. I shall advise you, and may God be with you. You be a representative to God, and you convey the matters to God. You shall caution them regarding the decrees and teachings, and you shall make known to them the path in which they should go, and the deeds that they should do. And you shall discern from among the entire people men of accomplishment, God-fearing people, men of truth, people who despise money, and you shall appoint them over the people as leaders of thousands, leaders of hundreds, leaders of fifties, and leaders of tens. They shall judge the people at all times, and it shall be that they shall bring every major matter to you, and every minor matter they shall judge, and it be eased for you, and they shall bear with you. If you do this thing, and God shall command you, then you will be able to endure, and this entire people as well shall survive at its destination in peace." Moses heeded the voice of his father-in-law and did everything that he had said. Moses chose men of accomplishment from among all Israel and appointed them heads of the people, leaders of thousands, leaders of hundreds, leaders of fifties, and leaders of tens. They judged the people at all times. The difficult thing they would bring to Moses, and the minor thing they themselves would judge. Moses sent off his father-in-law, and he went to his land.
Well done.
Well done, yeah.
Domo.
And yes, for Will, yeah, the Ten Commandments, we're getting there. A future chapter. We're almost there.
I'm getting there, yeah.
Getting there.
Well, I mean, it's like just 2 chapters away, but
We're hanging on. Make it. Don't leave us yet. So is there any questions or comments for anyone has? Or
I don't think that this is a particularly difficult chapter of the Bible.
Why is that?
Oh, this is really interesting.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's interesting, but it also feels like at least a little straightforward.
Let's take it from the top. Verse 1. One of the things I noticed that was interesting throughout here, and maybe you guys can give me some backstory on it, calls him Jethro, but every single time he refers to him, Moses' father-in-law. Like by the second time, I'm crystal clear Jethro is Moses' father-in-law. What's the importance, you think, on calling out this familiar relationship at such a high level? Because it feels a little bit like Cain, your brother Abel. You know what I mean? Your brother.
I'll look through commentary. If anybody knows, please. I guess I had noticed it before. Every year, it's always something new. But I never noticed really how much. And Jethro really hits my heart because I'm kind of like Jethro.
No, he seems very wise.
I went from idol to idol like a honeybee. You know, I learned it all. I really did before I came to Torah. And it was like Jethro. It was like wow, this trumps everything. Okay, I've been beaten. It's like the Kung Fu master who beats everybody, you know, in Kung Fu, and then when he comes to the guy he can't beat, he throws himself to the floor and say, "Master, please teach me."
So while you're looking that one up, if anybody knows anything about Midian, where is that now in like if there's a map in reference to where the Israelites are? That would be very interesting.
I want to say North Saudi Arabia. It's somewhere over there. It's somewhere along.
Oh, that's right, because they're going the back way to get to Israel. They're not going the water.
Right. Yeah, they went around. Yeah.
That was an earlier story, and then lastly, and your friend. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't see your name because I'm not looking at this really quick. It is David brought to this just in chapter 1. We have all that he had done for Moses and Israel, his people. And we can go back to, I mean, there was just so many miracles, but, you know, bringing them out and how he did it and hardening hearts and splitting rocks to form water out of rocks. And, I mean, it was just, you know, and of course we have the splitting of the sea and the, yeah, there's a lot there. So those are my 3 questions about just verse 1.
When it comes to verse 17, commentary in the Chumash here, about the father-in-law of Moses, by identifying Jethro once more as Moses' father-in-law, the Torah pays him tribute, as he is about to offer the wise counsel that would become the norm for all the years in the wilderness. So it was a tribute.
Wow, to constantly call him that. Okay, thank you very much. And we have where Midian is. And I guess what threw me off is I would just assume that his father-in-law would have been traveling with him this entire time. So when did Moses take this wife? Because I thought he was. I was under the impression that Moses' father-in-law was a slave in Egypt as well.
No, because remember he when he fled Egypt, I might be getting this wrong, but when he fled Egypt and
Yep, right.
he settled out in like the
Yep.
out in like the essentially he's fled out to Midian.
Yeah, I totally forgot. I mean, that was even in the movie. I totally forgot. Thank you.
I actually haven't seen the movie.
Yeah, there's numerous ones. There's a cartoon. There's, you know, the famous one with not Brenner. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And when we talk about all that God did for Moses and for Israel, talk about what he did for Moses.
I have
Because
to.
I get what he did for Israel.
I love you. Jethro? Well, there's...
What God did for Moses.
Well, he revealed his name. Isn't that rather important in like sort of Hebrew like a Hebrew worldview, that if you knew someone's name, that means that you have some sort of power over them?
I wouldn't think power over them, but we learned in an earlier Parshah, or no, it was in Genesis 4, when people began to use the name of God, and it created religion. It was a bad thing, because people would misuse it, mispronounce it, and there's a lot of power in that name, and you don't want to misuse it. That's why we say Hashem, which means the name, because it's just a respect, and to make sure, and it keeps us from, you know, if we mess up, we're not actually pronouncing the name of God. If we do mess up, that's how I looked at it.
So do we have anything from Strong? What is it, Strong, or what is it, Stones, or the other one that speaks about verse 1? J-Dubs, you're up.
I've got actually the introduction to the Parsha.
Yeah, let's hear that.
All right. Jethro's arrival. There's a Talmudic dispute regarding the time of Jethro's arrival in the Israelite camp. According to some, he arrived before the Torah was given, because the news of the splitting sea and the Amalekite attack influenced him to join Israel. According to others, he came after the Torah was given, and he was convinced to come by the news that the Ten Commandments had been given. In explaining the plain meaning of the verses, Ibn Ezra follows the opinion that Jethro came after the Torah was given. So why did the Torah mention his arrival at this point rather than later, when it actually took place? Ibn Ezra explains that the Torah wished to draw attention to the contrast between Jethro and Amalek. Jethro was an outsider whose counsel was a major benefit to Israel, while Amalek was an outsider who launched an unprovoked attack against Israel. Centuries later, Jethro's descendants lived in Amalekite territory and would have been in grave danger when the Jews fought Amalek. Consequently, King Saul was ordered to attack Amalek. He showed Israel's gratitude by warning Jacob's descendants to evacuate the area of the impending war. The Nachmanides, Ramban, however, explains that events in the Torah should always be assumed to have occurred chronologically unless they are compelling reasons to say otherwise. Consequently, he holds that Jethro arrived before the Torah was given. Both Ibn Ezra and Ramban, as well as other commentators, deal extensively with the textual proofs for and against each of the interpretations, but these are beyond the scope of our commentary. Rashi mentions both opinions, but does not indicate which he prefers.
Okay, so I have one interesting. When is the Torah given?
3,800 years ago, roundabout.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what you guys keep mentioning that before the Torah was given. I remember the Ten Commandments being given, but I don't remember the Torah given.
Well, the Torah at Sinai was included the Shabbat. There are some schools of thought say that the whole Torah was given, and that the time from Sinai till the Jordan was an extrapolation or an understanding or working out what they witnessed at Sinai. Another is that God would give the Torah to Moses as things progressed. But when it says given Torah at Sinai, that means the event when God descended and spoke and 3 million people heard his name and that good stuff.
Okay. Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's sort of a Torah before Torah almost.
Right. Okay.
Let me look in the Hertz edition, see if I can find some interesting stuff about.
I got commentary here.
Right on.
This is commentary for seeking God or to acquire God. It means that we should seek instruction and help from God. Thus, the term encompasses our relationship, which all our activities and all our lives should be towards God. A relationship must be, let me say that again. A relationship which we must maintain if God is indeed to be our God. The task of the Jewish people throughout the centuries to come would be to spread the knowledge and teaching of God among all classes of people. This is why the people now stood around Moses from morning until night. That's a commentary there. But that was interesting. And then it just doesn't apply just to Jews as well. I mean, it could apply to us Noachides as well.
Yeah.
So is any Reuven? Go ahead, David.
No, I just wanted to pipe in on a few things that crossed my mind. One is, I really like the question, why does it say Jethro, Moshe's father-in-law, right?
Yeah.
In other words, and it repeats that. So I don't know the answer, but I like the question. And the other thing I think I remember hearing somewhere was that Jethro had like 7 names or something. He had a whole bunch of different names.
Oh.
And I wonder what each name like kind of represented. And so when it says Jethro, it's referring to this aspect of him, which, by the way,
Interesting.
Because he was a idolater beforehand in his previous lives, right?
Yeah, I remember one of the Hovev is my recollection of another name, and I can't recall the source of this that he had 7 names.
I think it was
Yitro, huh?
Oh, I was.
The root of the word Yitro, right, is, and this is, I think, a well-known whatever, is more than. And somebody like Yeter is the root is more than. But we have a Lubavitcher Rebbe icon here. And I remember, I don't know if the Lubavitcher Rebbe said this or if he was the first one to say it or whatever, but that the idea of this whole thing is that Yisro is a non-Jewish guy, right? And and the non-Jewish guy, Parshah, is the Parshah in which the Ten Commandments is given. And that's a big deal. And one of the things you said earlier, Mr. TheIdolSmasher, was about, why is it placed here? And because of the story with Amalek, that Amalek bad, ooh, yuck, Amalek bad, non-Jews bad. Oh, no, we don't want to say that. We want to say Amalek bad, and we put the story of Yitro here so that we don't give the message that non-Jews bad.
Right. Oh, that's good. That's interesting too.
I think that's in other words, that's what I got out of what was said earlier. And the last observation.
We try,
Yeah.
David. I'm trying. I used to be an idolater, and I'm trying to reform myself as well. I'm trying to be a Yitro,
Well, me too.
Oh, good to hear.
I actually used to teach in prison, right? And the people in prison would always tell me how they used to be bad and now they're good. And I'm like, well, that's pretty good because I can't say that myself. Like we're all trying to do the best we can, and it's a continuum, I think. So, there's no black and white, even though you have a black hat. The last Lubavitcher Rebbe quote thing was from Shlomo HaMelech in Proverbs, I think, where it says, Ra'iti Yisron ha'or min ha'choshech is like wisdom from foolishness, something like that. So I saw that the Yisron, so that word Yisron is the same word as Yisro, Jethro. So I saw that the advantage, like I say, advantage is the word for Jethro. I saw that the advantage of light over darkness is like the advantage of wisdom over foolishness. And what the Lubavitcher Rebbe's twist on it, or chiddush, or unique insight, is that light that comes out of darkness is like wisdom that comes out of non-wisdom, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also from the Hebrew, because it says Ve'iti hayisron or mechoshech, so that me, from, can either be interpreted as light more than darkness. Me, it's a comparison thing. This from that, but you can also use the mem as light that comes out, mechoshech, from the darkness.
And which verse was that?
It's in Proverbs.
It's Proverbs.
Yeah. So I'm not that, I can't give you chapter and verse.
No, that's fine. I was just curious.
I could look it up. Yeah. Keep going. I'm gonna look it up to see if I can find it. But I'll be right back.
I don't have a question on verse 2, but I do have one for verse 3. Does anyone want to talk about verse 2? Or can I ask it on verse 3?
Let's see, 3. And her 2 sons who came, whom the name of one was Gershom, for he said, I was a sojourner in a strange land, and the name of the other was Eliezer. For God of my father came to my aid, and he saved me from the sword of Pharaoh.
So I've heard this numerous times. I've been a stranger in a strange land. Mm-hmm. And it was attributed to Gershom? Or has it been said other times in the Bible?
That's what Ger means, basically. Abraham was in a strange land.
Okay, Abraham. So it has been many times. Mm-hmm. Okay, but this is just one of the first times? Yeah, well, anyway, no, Abraham obviously was first. Okay.
It's basically talking about, what is it like, James? Like, it's like it's his like Abraham had to like basically give up everything, like a sojourner. It's like he had to leave his family. He had to leave his. I mean, how hard is that to do? Just to give up everything and to be just completely different in a completely different land. Shit, I just completely forgot what I was gonna say. I apologize, Jeremy.
No, help me understand what happened. At some point, Moses had sent his wife and his 2 sons away, and then Jethro goes and brings them back to Moses. Is this what's going on?
Yeah, he heard. Yes, but basically, yeah.
The eldest says, "I've been a stranger in the strange land," and the youngest says, "For the God of my fathers was my help and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh," something like that. I'm obviously reading a different version. So,
Right.
but he says this when before he brings them to Moses, like it's just his wife, Jethro, and his 2 sons, and they're like, why would he? I guess my point is, who are these 2 talking to when they say these statements?
Who are they? Well, Gershom was mentioned in Exodus 2.
No, that's not what I'm saying. So he takes them, he brings them back from wherever they were, right?
Midian, probably, yeah.
Okay, let's say Midian. So
Right.
when and who are they saying these statements to? Are they saying them to the Israelites? Are they saying them to when they get to, where they've been camped out at? Like, basically, why are they making these 2 statements?
That's what their names mean. Gershom means I was a sojourner in a strange land, and Elijah.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed that.
Yeah.
How on earth would I have picked that up?
Oh, yeah, it's explaining the definition of the name. Okay, I get what you were. Now I get it. I was like trying to figure out what you were trying to ask here, Okay.
That's what their names mean. But the reason it's so interesting that their names mean that is they were born after being delivered, right? After so they were born in the wilderness.
Or in Egypt.
Okay,
Yeah, no, I guess during the Exodus, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, if they were born in Egypt, then they are a prophecy.
Oh, the name, yeah. Quite possibly, yeah.
But if they're born in the wilderness, then they are. You get what I'm saying? That's why I just really appreciate.
Moses sent his entire family back to Egypt. Since Moses had taken it back, but Aaron urged him to send it back to Midian.
Yeah.
Commending that Jews in Egypt were already suffering, why should Moses add to their number? After hearing about the miracles, Jethro realized the family could be reunited. So Phono renders after her dispatch, i.e., she had sent word to Moses asking where she could meet him. He had replied that the nation would be traveling until they reached Mount Sinai, and they would meet there. So before the Exodus.
So they were born before the Exodus.
Yeah, Moses had taken his entire family, and Exodus 2 is when Gershom was named.
Right. Okay. So then their names are very prophetic.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Ah, that is.
I didn't pick that up in Exodus 2. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Because I didn't understand. They didn't give us this. That's what their names meant. Okay. So sorry, Will. This is the level. Oh, did Will already leave?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Another hangout at the same time with this one.
But yeah, I guess you can't appreciate that this is the level sometimes that you have to go at to get the thoughts.
I don't want to change the subject, but I do want to say I made a mistake. It's not Proverbs. It's Ecclesiastes 2:13.
Okay.
Good for you. Good for finding it. And so I might as well ask this now because this is a perfect example for it. Why on earth does Moses have a wife that isn't an Israelite? I mean, I get it in the story, but it just seems by what I've been learning about Hebrew or Jewish culture, is that that's not something that you should do so much.
Well, there's that.
Well,
Women,
it's on the male side. It's not as severe as a woman, isn't it?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a
I
very
think it's a woman is forbidden.
a
okay.
woman can convert. That's why you're allowed to take women from the people you conquer. You don't have to kill them. If you want to take them as a wife and she's willing, they can convert. A woman can't convert. Apparently, in Torah, the written Torah, apparently men cannot convert in that manner. I don't know. That seems to be the tradition.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
You know, one thing about
I think it's cool that he has a Cushite wife, and I'm sure everybody on the phone knows. On the phone, we're not on the phone, but whatever it's called, knows the great story where Miriam and Moses' brother Aaron were punished for saying negative things about Moshe and his wife, right? That comes later on in the story.
Yeah, we'll get to that, I guess, later on. That'll be nice.
And that might be Zipporah, but I really think there's something, and I don't have my books that I used to have on this, but that told me of this. But from what I understand, Jethro might have been an idolater, but his heart was pure, and he gave great spiritual insight to Moses along the way that kept Moses didn't further descend into work. That there was a spiritual essence about the man. And when it was time for God, it's almost like he kept him spiritually active, keeping your feet wet kind of a thing, until the time came that God needed him. He had to be on some kind of elevated, I don't want to say spiritual, but I guess that's the word to use, an elevated spiritual plane to even, convene with God. Of course, God chose him, but who am I? So I think, I've heard it said that the sapphire rod came. Jethro knew where it was at, and bequeathed it to Moses by right. It was like stolen by Pharaoh or something. I forgot.
Yeah, that rings a bell, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was a.
So I don't have a question until verse 7. But if anybody else has anything to add or Ecclesiastes.
Commentary for chapter 7. Moses went out. Moses was attempting to bring Jethro closer to the Torah by telling him that God's many miracles, as well as the trials of the sea and the battles against Amalek. I can never pronounce his name. What is his?
Amalek.
Amalek.
Ah.
But was there any question in particular about 7?
Yeah, specifically, this is silly. He bowed down and kissed him. Was that customary to? Was that like a greeting, kissing someone, or is that family that you did that with?
No, that's just he knew he was in the presence. It was humbling. It's okay compared to the Japanese bowing. The lower bow is the most humble. You get much humbler, throwing yourself face first into the dirt, and kissing him. That is an act of love and humility, and very raw emotional.
I do. There's a Shlomo Kalbach Torah that I can't remember, but it has something to do with what he says is that the first time a certain word appears in the Torah, it teaches you a lot about that word. And as far as kissing, I think, where does that I'm beginning to. I don't know. I think it's Yaakov and kissing Rachel, but I'm not sure. And Shlomo Carlebach goes into this whole long Torah about that.
Now, do we have any sense that is Jethro? Does he believe in this God?
Yeah, Jeff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he's
no longer an idol worshiper.
Okay.
Ooh, someone's got
Someone got echo.
Is that me?
It says here for commentary for Now I Know.
Now I know.
Wait,
He
can you hold on? I gotta
says-
read.
Oh, okay. Give her a second to come back. Welcome back, Yermeen.
Thank you.
Yeah, it says here for chapter 11, the commentary says that Jethro, for Now I Know, that Jethro used to be an idol worshiper, but now he was convinced that Hashem is superior to all the other, I'm guessing they're talking about gods, all the other gods.
That makes
So,
Reuven has something really good here. About the Midianites. When he said because he yoked himself up with the Midianites are Abraham's people. The Midianites are also descendants of Abraham. And Yitro offered his daughters to Moses in exchange for Moses' working for him.
So could they be like the 13th tribe? Not really.
No, more like cousins.
Okay.
Not all of them made it to Sinai.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Dave. I ask a lot of dumb questions.
No. That's great, and it's great. I like the question. The question I want to follow up on is why does it keep saying Yisro, Moshe's father-in-law? So
Yes.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer.
In the Chumash, it said that, or it just said that it was Torah paying tribute to the advice he was going to give him. It was Torah paying a repeated tribute. Let's see where I put.
well, I mean, he did come up with the idea of the court, right?
Yeah.
Judges. So,
If it was Moses who prostrated himself before Yisro, I mean, it wasn't specific, was it?
No,
It was Moses.
this was my guess at it, not knowing enough about culture. But by constantly saying his father-in-law, in some way it was also elevating the wife. And by that I mean, I guess I can't say it any better than choose wisely, because you're not just marrying a individual, you're
Right.
also marrying the family.
Yeah.
But I don't know enough about, I don't know if that's what it means or if that's what I want to read out of it, because I want.
says here Jethro was the advisor to Pharaoh.
Yes.
You're kidding!
Jethro.
The Pharaoh that had just kept him enslaved for years?
Yep.
Whoa!
Jethro was one. I think Jethro was one of the ones who. It's like Job was one of them. Job was the one who was silent. There's a third.
Oh, yeah.
Job was
That's right.
silent. Jethro wasn't. Jethro, I think, took up for Israel. And the third advisor to Pharaoh, I don't remember his name at the moment, and I should. Sided with Pharaoh.
Yeah, Reuven put it in. Balaam. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, and if he did know where the staff, the sapphire staff was, and he was an advisor to Pharaoh, and he gave it to Moses, you know, that's I don't know. But yeah, he was an advisor to Pharaoh.
You know what? That's an interesting thing that there's three of them. What is it? Jethro, Job, and Balaam. That's really interesting when you think about it. It's almost like, this is just my conjecture here, but it's almost like the different types of Gentile. You have like a complete idol worshiper. Then you can have like a basic Noahide, but then you have a righteous Gentile. Like it just elevates. You get what I'm saying, James? You get what I'm connecting there to? Isn't that interesting how that is? Because Balaam, isn't he like a sort of a nasty person, right?
Yeah.
He's a bad
He's a real
dude.
nasty guy.
Yeah.
And so we knew he could trust Jethro.
So there's like a Gentile that's you got like an idol worshiper, an anti-Semite, you can almost say. Then you have like someone who's silent, who doesn't do anything, and then a righteous goy, a righteous Gentile, Jethro.
Yeah.
Someone who does speak up.
The bad one, the Ger, the Ger Toshav, and the Ger Tzadik. Maybe, I don't know.
That's just my conjecture. I don't know.
That's a wise conjecture. People who despise money. Okay, I love this.
We got someone in the room.
Right.
Hi, Farhan.
Ron. Shalom, baby. Welcome. Good to see you here. I'm glad you showed.
Howdy,
Oh,
howdy.
You need to get well, dude. That doesn't look good. Your color's off, man.
Let me fix that.
Reminds me of Target colors. Anyway,
People who despise money. As a general rule, the judge must be the sort of person who is not swayed by financial considerations, even when he will suffer a personal loss. Among the interpretations that illustrate this point are, if a judge possesses property that he knows to be rightfully his, but which he would lose in court because he lacks proof of his claim, he will refuse to retain such property. That's Rashi according to Ramban, the Nachmanides. They despise the very idea of accepting money from others. That's Onkelos. They despise bribes or anything that could be construed as an attempt to influence them, or they do not wish to have much money because wealth leads to temptation. That's Mechilta. They despise improperly obtained money, and that's the Ramban.
you know what cracked me up about it? Has anyone ever seen the Godfather?
Yeah.
Not all the way through.
I think I've seen all of them about around 10 times.
So you know in the opening scene of the first Godfather, how Don Corleone is sitting there and he's like petting his cat and everybody's coming in and they're giving his grievances, their grievances. For some reason,
Yeah.
that was the scene that I saw, and it was the most piddly stuff to the most serious stuff, and how like he doesn't even break a change in face. What's his name? I can't remember the actor right now, but anyway, it was
Marlon Brando, yeah.
yeah, it was funny.
You gotta
Yeah.
wear yourself out. You can wear yourself out, Dom.
Come here on my father's wedding day and ask me
Yeah.
for favors. You don't even bother to take me out for a cup of coffee.
Right. Oh, that movie was classic. But obviously, Moses was a lot nicer spirited. But it just reminded me of like just that great scene.
Welcome to the room. How do you pronounce your name? Farhan.
Farhan, yes.
Farhan.
I've actually been invited to this a couple times, but I've never come. Not for any
We
particular.
just finished. We're starting the Parshah for this week. Welcome. We just got through chapter 18, talking about Jethro.
So here's in case you don't have it and are interested, there's an online version if you care to read along a little bit, and I just put in the link, and we
Yeah, sure.
are on chapter, like he said, 18, and we're just going through right around verse 18 or somewhere around there in the middle.
We're talking about Jethro's love for the Jewish people, so that's the topic we're on right now.
According to Rashi, Jethro listed four separate requirements for the leaders and judges who would be selected to assist Moses in dispensing justice. But as indicated in verse 25, Moses could find men with only one of the desired qualities. According to the Ramban, the first characteristic, men of accomplishment, was the general description of a person who was needed. Then Jethro enumerated qualities such people must have. Thus, when Moses found men of accomplishment, he succeeded completely, as we'll see in verse 25. In this context, Yitro referred to men of means, whose wealth enabled them to resist the pressures of those who would attempt to influence their judgment. According to Saforno, that was Rashi. According to Saforno, these are able men who possess good judgment, knowledge of the law, and the ability to recognize the truth in a conflict. Thus, when Moses could find men with all the desirable characteristics, he chose able men over those with other qualities.
The only thing I got on verse number 19 was hearken now unto my voice. I remember the first time we heard the term voice, and it led to, I think it was back in Genesis 2.
I hearken to the voice of my wife.
Right, and it's very, and we talked a lot about it, and I'm only bringing it up because Dave did say the first time we hear a certain word, the importance of it, and it's very interesting now that I'm hearing voice, because it like when you use that term, there is some sort of, it seems like, thing that you want them to do. It's not just hearing, it's not it's like on the level of listening very closely and intently, but to take action on it. So anyway, neither here nor there. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Any questions or comments for anyone?
Gosh, it's got to be hard to be Jewish, man. There's a lot of laws.
Mm-hmm.
It helps when you are Jewish. I'll tell you
Yeah.
that. You know, when it's around you and it's part of the cycle.
God got to the Christians and was like, "Oof, y'all a doozy. I'm gonna make it real simple."
We are about to Sinai, you guys. Before we get to the climax of Exodus, is there anything else we'd like to discuss about chapter 18?
Only one thing, and they judged the people at all seasons. Was it customary to maybe take a month off or something from issues, from judgments or something?
What verse is that?
It's 26.
It says here all times. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's a little. I don't know why they called that out. That's why I was just wondering if.
I was like seasons was a little
Of all time, but
Yeah,
even
Reuven says they had winter recess. Yeah.
winter recess. Okay.
And Easter break. Yeah.
Isn't it crazy how much information they give you? You know, and how much you have to can infer from some of this stuff. It's mind-boggling.
What about Shabbat? Don't you rest on Shabbat as well? Wouldn't a judge rest on Shabbat?
Right.
I mean, they waited till after, when they found the guy gathering sticks, they waited till sundown.
Right.
Okay.
And did it give any reference to why thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens? Because I wouldn't think you need the tens, but I'm just curious.
Basically, like Torah police would be the ones for tens. Then you'd have your lieutenants, and these would be, you'd have like they were like how you'd have one guy would lead over 1,000 or two, and then there'd be two other guys or three other guys. That's a hierarchy system in how we would regulate the law in Israel.
Well, the reason I thought this was interesting is because when we were learning the Hebrew, the numbering system?
Oh, when we were playing with the alphabet.
Right, exactly. Looking at the numbers, I remember it was interesting because I remember 200 being an important number and 40 being an important number, but I don't remember 50, right? And I don't remember, so I was just curious as to how these ones came up. Or if that really was Midian more aligning with what he knew from Pharaoh or something.
There are 10 commandments, 10 seraphot. You have.
Yeah, no, I agree with the number 10. It's 50.
One hand is 5.
Yeah, okay. If it's not significant, it's not significant. I was just curious. I'm happy to move on.
Well, you got me thinking now.
You need someone who knows the halakha, you know.
A nun is the value of 50.
Mmm.
I don't know what the nun. It's similar to a vet, but it's not. I don't have a picture to show it to you either. I don't know. It might have been because it's easier to count on your fingers. It could be that simple. I don't know why in groups of 10 and 5s.
Not an issue. Okay, I'm ready for 19 if you guys are.
I'm gonna see. You got me thinking.
I guess there's some stuff in the comments section. This hangout is usually dedicated towards Noachides, but we do let others come in. And we'll welcome anyone to come in. Links in the description.
Yeah.
Q&A. If someone wants to throw a Q&A in there, just send it to us. No problem. We'll answer it.
Am I technically a Noachide?
No.
Do you accept the 7 laws of Noah?
I think I do, but without actually formally accepting them, if that makes sense.
You're a Noachide.
There's a whole ceremony, man. It's like the mafia. We gotta cut the thumb off, burning the pitch of Mary. It's a whole thing.
Well, like I've actually looked into this.
I don't know. But
I was being
what is a
facetious about it.
Noachide?
Another term would be righteous, a righteous Gentile.
Okay. So, what I mean, like if you pay your taxes and in other words, there are these 7 laws of Noah, right? So, I think you have to go out of your way to break those 7 laws.
I agree with that. I think there's a lot more people in the world that are Noahides that don't like.
I don't even know it.
Like Farhan was saying. Hey, yeah, I'm a Noahide. Why not?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Everybody's.
There is a difference between Noahite, and a Noahide, though. Everyone's a Noahite. We're all from Noah.
Noahide's
Right,
more
that's
imaginative.
Right, it's a special leather. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not enough though. This just keeping the 7 and knowing the 7 and being a good boy and going about my way is not enough. I need Torah like frightenment. I can't get away from it, and I've tried. It's I got to do this. I'm compelled. My life stinks without Torah, and I've tried. Trust me. That's how that's how Jethro could make the statement, your God is obviously above all other gods, because if there's one guy in the world who would know about all the other gods, it was Jethro.
Mm.
He tried them all. All right. Who wants to read 19?
I can.
Hermaine, the lady with the golden voice.
Well, we'll see.
You're reading a big chapter. This is one we've been waiting for. This
Right. Exodus chapter 19. In the 3rd month after the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. And when they were departed from Rephidim and were come to the wilderness of Sinai, they encamped in the wilderness. And there Israel encamped before the mount. And Moses went up to God, and the Lord called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, Ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if ye will hearken unto my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then ye shall be mine own treasure from among all peoples, for all the earth is mine. And ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel.
And Moses came and called for the elders of the people, and set before them all these words which the Lord commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that the Lord hath spoken we will do. And Moses reported the words of the people unto the Lord. And the Lord said unto Moses, Lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and may also believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their garments. And be ready against the third day. For the third day the Lord will come unto this in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up into the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever touches the mount shall be surely put to death. No hand shall touch him, but he shall surely be stoned, or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the ram's horn soundeth long, they shall come up to the mount. And Moses went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their garments. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the third day, come not near a woman. And it came to pass on the third day, when it was the morning, that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the horn exceeding loud. All the people that were in the camp trembled. And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet God. And they stood at the nether part of the mount. Now Mount Sinai was altogether on smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the horn waxed louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him by a voice. And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai to the top of the mount, and the Lord called Moses to the top of the mount, and Moses went up. And the Lord said unto Moses, Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish. And let the priests also that come near to the Lord sanctify themselves, lest the Lord break forth upon them. And Moses said to the Lord, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, for thou didst charge us, saying, Set bounds about the mount, and sanctify it. And the Lord said unto him, Go, get thee down, and thou shalt come up, thou and Aaron with thee. But let not the priests and the people break through to come up to the Lord, lest he break forth upon them. So Moses went down unto the people and told them. I get this.
Very nicely done.
I get that. This is really important. This is the first and only time a group of people see God.
Yes, it is. Separates Judaism from the others.
A public national event.
Yeah.
There's no mediator.
No. And there's anywhere from 2 to 6 million people. Well, I'm sure it's probably grown. Well, how many years have they been in the wilderness at this point?
I think 3 million were at Sinai.
3 million. Okay, we're there. Okay.
Then.
Both Jew and Gentile.
Yeah.
How many years into it? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. It's some time, right? It has to be quite some time had to pass.
But they haven't. Have they been walking around for 40 years at this point?
No, that would start now.
No, 40 years would be at the Jordan, at the crossing of the Jordan would be 20.
It's not. It can't be more than. Well, I don't know if it's more than a year. But how many years did they spend in the wilderness again? 60?
40.
No. The whole trip. I'm sorry, from leaving Egypt until
The crossing of the Jordan.
Yeah.
40 years. I think, right? Am I completely wrong?
Why did I think it was more than that?
I've always thought that the 40 counted from the giving of Torah
Yeah, me too.
Oh.
to Jordan. I don't know though.
Well, we could just gauge it by how old Moses was. We know how old Moses was when they left Egypt, don't we?
He was 80 at the Exodus. Yeah, he spent about 60 years in Midian.
Yeah, that's why I think he was 60, but I don't know why I thought he was 20 when he did everything that he was doing, but I could be wrong too. Dave, do you have a thought on this? Or
Actually, I don't. Well, so I don't know that the giving of the Torah, and I might be wrong, and I hate revealing my ignorance, but how long after leaving Egypt was the giving of the Torah?
Yeah, that's the question. Reuven says 56 days.
57.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so it wasn't long at all. Okay, so everybody's right, essentially. So my 56 was not years, it was days. Okay, thanks, guys.
No problem.
A ram's horn that got exceedingly louder where the people couldn't handle it. I mean, what a...
The shofar blows.
That was God speaking.
So if we go back to verse 1,
Hmm.
yeah, it says in verse 1, in the third month after the children of Israel were gone. Fourth out of the, that's funny. It said it right there. The question I
didn't notice that either, to be honest. That's interesting.
What did it say that you noticed?
in the third month.
It literally tells us how long they were out there.
In chapter 19, verse 1, bada boom, right
The first one, the first verse.
This reminds me of a joke, by the way. Talk about digression. But two yeshiva students learning Gemara, right? And it's, in the Gemara it says, Shosh nagach esapara, when a ox gores a female cow. So they stop. And why does it say when an ox gores a female cow? Why doesn't it say when an ox gores another ox? You know, what possible reason could it be? And then they argue about it for whatever. And then they read the next sentence, and the cow has a miscarriage. So the question is, what is the owner of the ox liable for the miscarriage? But the point is that what was just pointed out, that if we read the next sentence, then there you go, ouch, right? Yeah. Just saying, yeah, that's it's hard to do though, you know.
Okay, so why do they point out here in verse 2 the wilderness? Like, what's the they encamped in the wilderness? I'm thinking they're in the wilderness the whole time.
It's saying that this is figurative and literal, that they had to humble themselves into submission to the world of God.
Wow.
So they were in the wilderness, meaning they were without Torah.
Now remember, when he says you, he'll be specific about the children of Israel. When he says to the people, he's talking about the general populace itself.
Yep.
Moses said to the people, don't go near a woman, guys. You know, easy on the girls. You need to, the wilderness, literally, yeah. A limbo stage kind of a thing is what I'm picturing in my head. That's not the right word to use, biblically, but
Okay, now House of Jacob. Can somebody explain the relevance of that one in verse 3?
The verse begins a series of communications from God to the people and their responses. These communications...
What chapter is this? 19, right?
Yeah.
19, verse 3.
David got something good for us.
Yeah, so Moshe, so base the house of Jacob. What a great question. Let's see if Reuven put something there. But the house of Jacob, I believe, is normally taken to be referring to the women.
Oh,
Correct.
wow.
That's correct.
How on earth would I see all the things as Christians miss? Wow.
It says here in the commentary that the commandments are to be communicated in a compassionate, feminine nature. The women tone of the household are the ones who are the ones responsible to include the love of Torah to their children, a task that only their mother is suited best for.
Well, isn't this interesting? Because so many times in the Bible it says that women are not supposed to preach in the church, and it's this like...
Oh, yeah, completely not like that here, yeah.
Yeah, no, but what's interesting is here it could be said that a woman, and I gotta remember this scripture, 19:3, is that the woman's job is to teach the children. The man's job kind of is to teach the congregation. So I'm going to steal this one.
Hey, no, that's free nuggets from God.
That's good. Yeah.
This is very important because it may be argued that it's the more challenging job, or it's the more important. Obviously not, but it's equally important. The house of Jacob. Oh, I got to remember that somehow.
Yeah, women are just as important as the men are.
Right, right. Thank you so much for that. For that insight.
Well, it was great that you asked the question. Like, that was your question. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, perfect.
Hermione gives us some good stuff.
I think we had a hand raise for Farhan. Okay, I saw you went like this, so
I was just listening.
Yeah, he did it the other day, and I was like, oh, he's got a question. Everybody shut up.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Nobody shut up anyway. So.
Okay, in verse 4, what's the importance of eagles for you guys? I know what it is for Christians, but what about for the Jewish culture? How I bore you on eagle's wings.
This is
looking for eagles. Let's see.
And this is an indication of God's great love for Israel. An eagle carries its young on its back, so that its own body will act as a shield against arrows. So too, God protected Israel from the Egyptian assault at the sea of a cloud between the Egyptians and the Jews. This was followed by, I brought you to me, i.e. to my service. That's Rashi.
Okay. Well, it's interesting because it's eagles plural. Right? S apostrophe. Not apostrophe S.
Let me see.
Let's see.
On the wings of eagles. One for each tribe.
Plural.
I could say one for each tribe because there were 12.
That's
when we get to the red or after the red or before the red or when we get to the golden calf, there's actually a midrash that there was one calf for every tribe.
Okay.
That's different too. That could be. I don't know. No, I'm not. I don't know. That's my own conjecture.
Because if I bore you on eagle's wings, I'm thinking there only needs to be one eagle. So I was curious as to why there's multiple. So that could be, like, it's just interesting. On verse 5, we have voice again.
This is interesting here. Commentary says here, God is the master of the entire world. He chose Israel to be the subject of his special love and rejected others. That's Rashi's commentary. That seems very negative, right? So Phono, another rabbi, says, however, he sees this verse differently. The entire world was with God, and all humans are precious to him, for they are higher than all other forms of life, even within their own categories. So he's like, they're there too. They're not separate. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Hey, if God didn't want the Gentiles there, He could have easily made sure that the Gentiles were killed off in the wilderness or in Egypt.
Yeah, I kind of like how the second guy interpreted number 4, because number 5 then says, or verse 5 says, if you do this, then, it's an if-then statement in programming, then you will be the treasure from among all peoples.
Right, you keep my covenant, yep.
Yeah, this is where we get the purpose of Israel. I mean, I think I don't remember this in any Parshah so far this year. A holy nation or a kingdom of ministers, although usually translates as priest. A holy nation, a kingdom of priests, a kingdom of ministers. That kind of that's what they're going to be. They're
supposed to be lighthouses for the world. Go ahead, Yuri.
I like how we keep saying this term or this phrase, hearken unto my voice, right? It's the same thing that Jethro said a few,
right, just don't listen to what my lips are, just don't, don't just go, oh yeah, no, actually listen.
Instead of hearing.
Right.
Yeah. Open your ear holes and then listen, yeah.
You were saying about Eve. What did Adam say when he saw Eve? What a body. That's what he said. Wow, what a body.
Where does it say that?
This is indeed, this is flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone. He noticed her physical attributes first. And the word voice came up, which I think that was the first time ever mentioned in Torah, which makes it a very special time to listen to the word voice, is you hearken to the voice, or you listen to the voice of your wife and not her words, basically, that he didn't see through what she was saying. He just heard her voice. When she was like, you should try this fruit, and he didn't really listen. He just listened to her voice, which, men. A lesson for men, a big lesson for men, Genesis. As much for women too, but big lesson for men. We get.
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Bless you.
I tried to actually mute the mic and I couldn't do it in time.
Now, I have a question here. And this children of Israel, is he talking about the people or is he literally talking about the children?
That's the women you say to the house of Jacob and relate to the children of Israel.
Right, but in verse 6, these are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. He's not talking about literal children this time. He's talking about.
It says here they're talking about the whole nation.
Okay.
Israel was Jacob, or is Jacob.
No.
Jacob's name is Israel. That's what it means. The children of Israel are all his descendants.
Okay. Oh, I get what you're saying. So in verse 3, it's not literally meaning the children of Israel, it's meaning all of Israel. But say to the women and all of the children of Israel. Oh, okay. Can't use that verse how I want it now that I understand it more. Okay, thank you.
Men, women, the kids, the servants, everyone, yeah.
Okay.
There's a term, God's kind of specific, like he'll say men or people, but then he'll say, and that will usually, most of the time will apply to who's there at the time. Israel, those who came out of him, those who stuck by him, that sort of thing. Those are throughout the Torah. But then then there's a word like ish. We always are told to look for that as Noachides, because anytime that means any man, that means this applies to all humans. And he's very specific about people and then all people. So I would think that when he's talking about say to the children of Israel, say to all the children of Israel.
Right. Even the women. Okay, got it. All right.
It says, unlike the common practice in which the monarch would come after the people had gathered to greet him, it says here that God had came to Mount Sinai and then waited for Israel.
Hmm.
You're getting beeped. What's going on? Beeping.
We had Reuven invite some folks and made a beep.
I just gotta let me shut that sound off. That beep always startles me. Oof. Let me shut that off. I'm sorry. You mean what were you saying? I'm sorry.
No, I was just listening.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, Moses got there first. Yeah, it was really big on that word, wasn't it? They and waited for Israel. So the
Don't go
whole
near
of
the
the
women. No. Sorry, say that again, James.
Well, there's the notion that it was a volcano.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Oh boy.
No,
What?
I'm not. I'm just, I can understand why people would say that.
It sounded like an ash. I mean, it was described like Mount St. Helens blowing up. It was an ash volcano, is what, like, if literally we saw that right now, we wouldn't think this was God. We'd give a scientific explanation. Mount Sinai blew.
It was just the whole descending. It was the whole God descending into existence at that point that really changes the whole notion of a volcano.
Right.
Did you say God descending into existence?
Well, he came to Mount Sinai. He descended,
Do you take that in a literal way or like a metaphorical way, or how do you take that?
All of Sinai was smoking because Hashem had descended upon it in the fire. Its smoke ascended like the smoke of the furnace, and the entire mountain was shuddered exceedingly. And then there was the sound of the ram's horn, the shofar. I don't know, but yeah, I would take that as literal because that's the base meaning of the base meaning of the translation is that yes, God was making a personal appearance, no form, but because fire has no form, but that there was no form.
Take care, David. Just when we got to the good stuff, he leaves us.
See, I would take that literally that yes, God showed up personally.
God showed up and David left us. Just joking, just joking.
That was Yitro. He was going home. We never did give a good farewell to Yitro. We'll bring him up later on. But yeah, that would be a literal God shows up to 3 million people hearing him speak. Now.
Oh, he left. Did we offend Farrakhan or whatever his name is?
Farhan.
Farhan.
Did that make you mad?
No, I don't think so. He could have just accidentally dropped. Something could have happened. Who knows? But I don't pay much attention. I don't know what it is about studying word. People I swear they have the world's. I have ADD, and people have worse attention spans than I do.
You have ADD?
You didn't know that?
Doesn't show.
Oh,
yeah, it doesn't show.
You have to be in a hangout when I don't take my Adderall that day. That's all that has to happen. And then you'll see it, and you'll be like, oh, yeah. I'll be like, ooh, squirrel.
See, I don't know why that's such a problem. People find that to be such a problem. You just get on it. Just go, go. I don't see a problem with that. Why is that like a illness or something? You got to take medication for? Doesn't make sense to me.
It's just so I can focus. If I don't have to focus on a day, I don't do it.
Any good questions or comments?
Yeah, why
I'm sure someone has something.
Barely says anything, and then he asks that question, and when I answered yes, do you mean that literally? He left.
Well, it's not supposed. I mean, not literally. I mean, it's the same thing like when people get on with the Ark of the Covenant. It says that God was within it. Do you literally mean God was in a box? No, of course not. It's just it's a phrase. It's just a human quality that we put to it. Come on, guys. Don't get bent out of shape. No, I don't think God's in a box. No, I don't think God's a volcano.
But I do believe he personally showed up to Israel. He descended.
This is the only time he shows in front of a group of people.
Hashem descended upon Mount Sinai to the top of the mountain. Hashem summoned Moses to the top of the mountain. Moses ascended. There was something at Moses' ascension that was in here. I want to read too.
For me, it just plays into the whole Jewish, perspective. Like, the more righteous actions you do, the more you bring God closer to the world. I mean, this is the greatest mitzvah ever being done, is the accepting of Torah, right? Welcome back, Farhan. To say that God was really here with us, I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, the greatest thing that anyone has ever done happened. So God's going to be with us, in that action. That's just my conjecture, though.
Right on. The stone says Moses ascended. A thick cloud representing God's presence covered the summit of the mountain, and from it the voice of God spoke to Moses after he had ascended part of its slope. That's Ramban. Moses went up the mountain before being called, because he had been told in his first revelation at the burning bush that Israel would serve God at this mountain. Upon arriving there, he showed his readiness to do so. He represented human endeavor, which is the prerequisite for eliciting a divine initiative.
Okay, so I got to ask the big question.
Okay.
Ask. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that, no, mine will just cause a stir, because why don't you go first there, Amy?
Why did he stone people if they touched it? Why not just kill them?
Well, your translation says stoned. Here I was reading along with that. It says they will die. It doesn't really say that someone's going to get stoned. It says here, if they touch the mountain, they should surely die.
Verse are you on again?
That would be verse 12 of chapter 19. It says, if a hand shall touch it, they shall surely die.
Yeah, put to death was
Yeah, but that was verse 12. In verse 13, if you look, what does it say in your verse 13?
A hand shall not touch it, shall surely be stoned down or thrown down, stoned or thrown down.
Right, so here's on verse 12, if they touch the mountain, they'll die. But if they touch him, they'll be stoned.
Yes.
Or shot through.
You'll be...
Right.
Well, it doesn't say shot through here, but thrown down.
Right, but does it say stoned in verse 13?
It does say stoned, which means thrown off a cliff. You throw them off a cliff first. If they don't die, then you pelt them with stones.
Right, stoning isn't like you bury someone up to their neck in sand and then you start just hammering on them. That's torture. That's prohibited in Judaism. That's forbidden.
Oh, so stoned does not mean literally stoned. It means thrown off a cliff?
Basically, from a high place.
Tell some Christians that. Y'all really need to tell some Christians that.
Well, that's what happened. That's why biblical literalism is just horrible. But yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. My bad.
Although it's hilarious, because I don't know if I'd want to be thrown off a cliff, but at least that way it's quick.
Right,
no,
and
I'd much rather. Go ahead. Sorry, you go ahead first.
Oh no, go. No, you're the guest.
I'd much rather be thrown off a cliff than stoned to death.
Right, and it's not like you go up to the person if he's alive and you start throwing little stones at him like you're torturing him. No, it has to be quick, seamless, because it would be considered torture if any otherwise.
Let me ask: is there just on a side topic? What's the punishment for adultery in Judaism?
Death.
That's usually death. Any sexual immoral action is usually death.
I'll tell you a story. In Islam, there's a story where there was a man and a woman. They were both Jews, and they were found committing adultery, and they were judged by halakha. And so our prophet was like, if that's their law, that's their law. And they were stoned to death.
Where is this, in the Quran, you said?
No, it's in prophetic traditions. But,
the Hadith, I'm guessing?
Yeah, Hadith, yeah.
Okay.
And so, there's a little bit more to the story, but that's the gist of it. And so that's why it kind of like struck me as like pushing off a high cliff.
Right on. Okay. Cool. But so I'm guessing, from your perspective, you thought it was stoning. I'm guessing is what you were trying to get at.
No, yeah, that's. I mean,
Like
I wasn't.
stoning in the Western sense.
Yeah, that's whenever I hear the word stoning, that's what it means to me.
Okay. Hey, welcome, Chad. We just finished chapter 19. Welcome.
Your song,
We're just about to receive Torah, Chad, so you came just in time.
I hope you have cleaned your clothing and you've stayed away from women for the past 3 days. He's on it. A figurative wilderness.
There's. I think there's a. I guess I shouldn't go to this, but in the Zohar, it talks about how when it talks about Moses ascending the Mount Sinai, it's used, I guess, in a sense that he ascended to heaven. That it's not an actual mountain per se, an actual place. That it's ascending to heaven, and then receiving Torah that way. So it's much more mystical.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if anyone had any thoughts or comments on that.
No, that's
why in Judaism it's like these Christians and then are running around like headless chickens, like where's Mount Sinai? Where's Mount Sinai? Well, maybe. Quite frankly, there might not be actual location for Mount Sinai. So just my thought. I thought maybe spike conversation. I know that's a hot topic. I know that's.
I like.
We have like 20 different locations for Mount Sinai apparently. So, which one's the real one?
Yes.
You're awful quiet.
Mm.
She's eating.
Sounds like you're running. Oh, okay. You're eating something. Okay.
I do always blabber. Sorry, guys.
What's up?
I
Sorry
blabber.
about what? Oh yeah, it was kind of I guess maybe you do have ADD.
Uh-huh.
The first time you were quiet, it was a little odd to me.
Yeah, right. It's like when your kids are quiet, you know they're up to no good.
17, verse 17. Moses brought the people forth from the camp toward God. On the toward God phrase, it says, unlike the common practice in which the monarch comes after the people have gathered to greet him, here God came to Mount Sinai and waited for Israel.
And if I remember correctly, I think I read that just a few minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Apologies for letting that slip by.
That's all right. I'm busting your balls, man. That's okay.
Gotta sink in.
Say that again, hear me?
It's gotta sink in on us.
Does Reuben have anything, Chad? Oof.
Yeah, a couple of chapters worth. David was here. He's a Jewish fellow who gave some great insight. I love it. I love it when we get an actual Jew who knows this stuff comes by.
So what's the difference between a Jew and a non-Jew in terms of what's the difference overall?
Just a label.
Are there any
difference?
So what's the point of the label?
From a Jewish perspective, a righteous Jew is the same as a righteous Gentile.
So what's the purpose of the distinction then?
To teach. Israel's supposed to be the folks that shine the light of God to the world. That's their function. That's the reason why they do all this stuff.
To spread monotheism. Think of us as like ships, Gentiles, ships on sea. They're the lighthouse with the light going around, letting us know where to dock. Hey, come here. This is where Hashem is. This is where the one true God is. Come here. port your ship here. Like Abraham would have a tent, and all four sides of the tent would be open. So no matter which way the person would come, hey, welcome him. Come in.
He was anxious. He would wake up and look out the window every morning, you know.
I've heard that as well, that the purpose of the Jews is to like call people towards monotheism. But I guess when I look into the world, I don't really see that. Like
That's
I
true.
don't really see. You guys are.
We're outspoken on that too, man. Nobody does it more. It should be there should be like hotlines you call up 1-800 Ask a Jew, right? It's like
You guys are, I think, Noachide, right? And so my understanding is that like Noachide is what you're supposed to become, but like the Jews are supposed to be like as you just mentioned. And I guess overall I don't like to me like my neighbor is a Jew. His wife passed away unfortunately, but he like I don't really he doesn't really talk about his traditions all that much at all really. Who was my father? He did, but not a lot. So yeah, I guess I don't see that really.
They're like they would be the davening and the tefillin and the tzitzit, the garment, all that is part of the science of what they have to do. And yeah, it's they haven't really. It's been difficult for them to do that, hadn't it? That they haven't gone away. It's not like God's abandoned them or anything, but it's been.
Can you really blame them though? Throughout history, the Spanish, the French, the Romans, the Greeks, the Germans, the Babylonians, the Egyptians. They all wanted them dead. They all wanted to do the final solution. Hey, you don't want us our help? Maybe you don't want us our opinion on things? When the Greeks were philosophizing over these questions of the universe, you think they ever asked a Jew what they thought? No.
At first,
if you don't care, then we're just going to run off and do our own thing. Go ahead.
At first, they loved the Jews at first. Their kids are still named Alexander. Jews named their kid Alexander. At first they were great. They loved it. They hired rabbis to translate the Torah so that their people could read it. But then they put it on a shelf with all the others, and it got washed over after a while, And yeah, they turned into complete and total gits. But the Jews are still here. The children of Abraham survived.
There's in the Talmud it talks about how if a person's righteousness shines brightly, that it will attract like flies to a light. So in a sense that a Jew isn't to proselytize. It's forbidden in Judaism to go out and put people to the sword for disbelief and such. It's more of you come to them sort of. That's sort of the apologetics of it all. Is let the goyim come to us than for us to go to them.
That's Chaim.
Well, what did you say?
Oh,
it's
come in. Sorry.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
Was it me or James?
TheIdolSmasher?
I was laughing at Reuven's 1-800 Ask a Chaim.
Oh yeah.
Chaim.
What does that mean, Chaim?
Life.
Oh, L'chaim. Oh yeah, life. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like Torah says, choose life.
The whole thing about the Noachide thing is it's like people like me were like wanderers, and it's more like how am I supposed to live how can I live a better life? How can I make the world a better place? And the best system out there I found, and I haven't tried all of them, but when I came to Judaism and found God, it changed everything. It's how you're supposed to live as you are, and we can study the Torah, and it does help because you get great insight, and So I guess we're kind of attached to Israel in a way. We're kind of the skin, but we are also our own people. I'm no less Gaelic and Celtic, because I study Torah.
From a Jewish perspective, for the most part, Christianity and Islam are, for the most part, pretty good. It's certainly a lot better than atheism or paganism. I'll say that. That's my personal opinion. I know some people don't like me saying that. I'll say that right here. It's a
Is
lot
that-
better than what the Gentiles are doing a lot before that.
There's a lot more similarity to a Muslim that I've found as neither one of them. There's a lot more similarities with Muslims and Jews
By far.
in religion than there is
Yeah.
with either of those two in Christianity.
Christianity has a problem with monotheism. I'll say that with you.
Not my Christianity.
That's actually what I was going to
Well,
say.
we're learning. We do get better, don't we?
So I was going to say the same thing that you said that, I thought my understanding was that Christians are not really, I mean, I don't know how to phrase this, but they're kind of an adulterated form of monotheism. General Christianity, if yours is different, Hermine.
Right,
The
like
Catholic-
real old school stuff is bad.
The
Yeah.
Catholic version has a very difficult time with the
Queen
monotheism.
of Heaven, Mother of God. The terminology like that really does. Oof.
Yeah, only begotten Son of God. Father, Son, Holy Spirit is one God. No, that's three. Well, it's all the three components of one God, but God's absolute unity says so in the Bible.
Yeah.
He's actually three, but they're one. It's like, no, one equals one.
Don't get me started.
I don't want to get you started. I don't want to get you started.
I was listening to a talk by a speaker. I have to look up his name. He's in Canada. He's with Jews for Judaism. In fact, just yesterday I was listening to him, and he was a talk on dreams. And honestly, like if I had maybe like modified his talk slightly, it could have. Yes, that's the person, Rabbi Michael Skobach.
He's a good guy.
If I had modified his talk slightly, it would have basically been like an Islamic talk, because there's a part where he says that the soul, or rather a dream, is 1/60th of prophethood, and I think we say 1/30th of prophethood. And then he talks about how when a person is sleeping, that their soul, a piece of their soul remains here. Well, there's kind of a dispute on this, but anyways, it was like as if like he was like quoting like an Islamic source. I mean, it was very, very identical. There's things obviously that are different here and there, but it's for the most part the same thing.
Yeah, I've read things in Judaism where it says dreaming and even sleeping is connected to prophethood and even resurrection. It's taught within Judaism that it's like a proof that people can be resurrected as people who dream. So
We say
on and so forth.
146th part. I'm sorry, 146th. But I mean, that's like very similar to the 160th. I mean, this is a trivial difference of numbers, but
yeah.
There's actually, I'll give you this. There's actually 8 Noachide laws, because the children of Keturah must be circumcised. That's and that would be the Muslim, basically.
Arabs.
Yeah.
Arabs.
Arab folk. That they must be circumcised. So that means that even if you're not a descendant of Keturah, that you have to honor that law. So we, as Noachides, kind of have to. I don't want to say we want to keep you on the right, and we want to tell Muslims what to do. We're not going to tell anybody what to do, but we have to honor that covenant.
by the way, I'm not Arab, just FYI.
Right on. Well,
yeah.
If you're Muslim, yeah, you're a child of Abraham.
Although I think my lineage, there's a very strong theory that we're like a Jewish tribe that migrated to Central Asia, and is no longer Jewish anymore, of course. But it's a pretty strong theory.
That means if you are, you'll be going home.
Going home?
All the 12 tribes will be reinstated at one time when we finally stop war and everybody agrees there's one God, and everybody agrees willingly. It's all done willingly that we will look to everybody will look to one God, and all the 12 tribes will be reinstated and reunited, and will have their place in the Holy Land. That part of anyway, we do have one more chapter, and I don't want to push things, but
continue
to move it right along. This is the
has
final
ADD
chapter.
now? I think it might be you, James.
Yes, so this guy was at work, and this car that I saw the other day was so awesome, and the price of gas here is squirrel.
I guess it'd be up to me to read it since I'm
It's either
I don't feel worthy enough to read chapter 20 though.
I think Reuven's worthy.
Well, we still haven't finished 19 yet. I mean, I guess nothing left.
I'm content with 19.
Okay. The Ten Commandments. Here we go. Chapter 20. God spoke all these statements, saying, I am Hashem, your God, who has taken you out of the land of Egypt from the house of slavery. You shall not recognize the gods of others in my presence. You shall not make yourself a carved image, nor any likeness of which is in the heavens above, or on the earth below, or in the waters beneath the earth. You shall not prostrate yourself to them, nor worship them, for I am Hashem your God, a jealous God, who visits the sins of the father upon the children of the third and fourth generations from my enemies. Sorry. But who shows kindness for thousands of generations to those who love me and observe my commandments. You shall not take the name of Hashem your God in vain, for Hashem will not obsolete observe anyone who takes the name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day and sanctify it. 6 days shall you work and accomplish all your work, and on the seventh day is Sabbath to Hashem your God. You shall not do any work, you, your sons, your daughters, your slave, your maidservant, your animal, your convert with you at your gates. For in 6 days Hashem made the heavens and earth, the sea, and all of them, and he restored on the seventh day. Therefore Hashem blessed the seventh day and sanctified it. Honor your father and mother, so that your days will be lengthened upon the land that Hashem your God gave you. You shall not kill. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your fellow. You shall not covet your fellow's house. You shall not covet your fellow's wife, his maidservant, his manservant, his ox, his donkey, or anything that belongs to your fellow. The entire people saw the thunder and flames and the sound of the shofar, the smoking mountain. The people saw and trembled and stood from afar. They said to Moses, You speak to us, and we shall hear. Let God not speak to us, yet we die. Yeast we die. Moses said to the people, Do not fear, for in order to elevate you to God, God has come, so that all of him shall be upon your face, and so that you will not sin. The people stood afar, and Moses approached the thick cloud where God was. Hashem said to Moses, You shall say to the children of Israel. Got a bit of an echo.
1 second. Let me just see if it's me, because it's usually me.
Moses said to the people, Do not fear, in order to elevate you to God has come, so that awe of him shall be upon your face, so that you shall not sin. The people stood from afar, and Moses approached the thick cloud where God was. Hashem said to Moses, So shall you say to the children of Israel, You have seen that I have spoken to you from heaven. You shall not make images of what is with me, gods of silver and gold. You shall not make You shall not make gods of gold and silver. You shall not make for yourselves. An altar of the earth you shall make for me, and you shall slaughter near it your elevated offerings for your peace offerings, your flock and your herd. Whoever I permit my name to be mentioned, I shall come to you, and you shall be blessed. When you make for me an altar of stones, do not build them hewn, H-E-U-N, for you will have raised a sword over and desecrate it. You shall not ascend to my altar on steps. You shall not fear your nakedness, will not be uncovered upon it. End of Parshah. I'm not sure what that word is. Hume? H-E-U-N?
Hollow.
Hollow. Okay. I like this translation because it's when it says the commandments, it refers to fellow. Like it's just distinctive, like people in general. I apologize. Was there a little echo?
That was me, and somehow my mic got turned up, so I'm just using the mic right now.
Any questions?
This is heavy.
So this is the Ten Commandments.
Yes, sir.
So why is there a difference? Some people have differences in the Ten Commandments, don't they?
There is, yes.
How is that possible if it's right there?
Well, it depends on whether you take that first line, I am your Lord, your God, who have taken you out of Egypt. Some people say that's actually a commandment to believe in God. But then some people say, no, that's with the carven images. So it's like, well, is it separate? Is it together?
That's kind of a whatever. I don't know.
And I think, and I think here in this translation it says "do not kill," which some I guess translate to murder. So there's a distinction there, I guess.
So the first commandment.
Yeah.
What do you think about people who draw? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna to have faith in God's existence and that He is eternal and has complete, unfettered power.
I just wanted to say, James, do you have like an air conditioner or a fan blowing in the back?
I do not.
Okay.
Oh, is that me?
I do hear it. It kind of muffles out the voices. I hear I hear.
All right. I just don't understand how the first one, verse 2, cannot be a commandment when at the end of the sentence it says, "Thou shalt not have any gods before me."
Well, okay, so it's if you go to chapter 20, verse 1. I'm sorry, chapter 20, verse 2.
Yeah.
That's usually taken. That could be taken as a commandment.
Yeah, to me so then there'd be 11.
Right, but that's whether or not. Yeah, that'd be 11, right? So I don't really know how others break it down. You would have to find. I know the Catholic Church has a different. The Protestants have a difference.
Yeah, a lot of the monuments people make will abridge them,
Yeah.
which I find silly and insulting, but that's just me.
It says here in the commentary that is the first commandment. Verse 2 is a commandment, first commandment.
That makes sense to me.
And it is to have faith in God's existence, that He is internal and has complete unfeathered power. I like how they say that, unfeathered power.
Not one blade of grass blows without His will making it happen.
Welcome to the room, Rev. Hey, welcome, man.
Hello, Rev. Shalom.
Rev's a good guy, man.
Welcome, Rev. We are at chapter 20 of Exodus. If you want to follow along, I'll get
just here to listen, bros.
Okay. No problem.
Hey, Rev.
Peace, Hermine. Love you.
It says here, Rashi says it is necessary for God to identify Himself as one who performed the miracles, since God has no body. It all depends on the circumstances that He makes for Himself known to them, the Jews of Egypt that were in Egypt.
Stones not be hewn, because that is how other nations did it. The stones were not to be hewn, not to be cut. Oh, hewn. I'm thinking hume. I thought you said M with an M.
Yeah,
like
no,
Mary.
I thought not to be cut too.
Oh.
That's why I was like, not to be hollow. That doesn't make sense. But it goes to now. We haven't seen the Tower of Babel yet, right? Of course not.
Oh,
That's in our other discussion.
Oh yeah, I keep flipping through these.
Yeah.
We have what is it we haven't seen? But I just wonder. The Egyptians used hewn stone.
Right.
It might be just a knock to them, that's, the Jews are not to be like Gentiles, they do things differently. If a Gentile cuts stone, well, we don't cut the stone. That's just that's the way it is usually.
Your priests shave their head. We're going to make our we're going to have to grow our beard.
Right.
Or the sides of our We will not be like you. We will eat your gods. What's that lamb? You like that lamb? Tasty. That's what we do with an Egyptian god. We consume them.
Wait, I don't follow. They consumed them? What?
In Egypt, you've heard about the sacrificial lamb, the Passover lamb. One of the animals that the Egyptians worshipped was the lamb. That was one of their sacred animals.
Okay.
And on the final plague, were the firstborn, the plagues of Egypt. I don't know if you're familiar with the story.
I am, yes.
But the last plague, how am I going to put this? I'm losing what I'm saying. Brain fart, y'all.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Oh, they had to take a lamb, paint the blood on the door, and then eat the lamb, consume the lamb. That was Egypt's final response or Israel's final response to the Egyptians. Or God's final response to them is, we're going to take your most sacred animal, and we're going to use it as food, and we're going to paint our doors with blood.
I see.
That's how sacred your gods are.
It says here in the commentary that the third prohibition is prohibition against vain oaths, making oaths in vain.
Mm-hmm. That's a big thing in the Noachide law too. Oaths are taken very seriously.
Because usually it's when you take God's name in vain, people think like, God damn, or you know what I mean, like.
Right. That's not quite it.
What does it mean?
Taking oaths in the name of God.
False oaths, not living up to your oath. You cannot take I swear to God that I will so and so and so.
So you
better
can't
do it.
Gosh.
So you
gosh,
can.
everyone that gets divorced is kind of screwed.
Well, no, that circumstances can change that. There's room for divorce, but that's not taking an oath in vain. I mean, if you take an oath in vain, you can be killed for that. If you intend to marry her and you just blow her off as soon as you get her dowry, yeah, that's actually quite a crime, and you can die for it.
Oh, dowry goes the other way in your tradition?
Well, you pay the father of the bride. There's a bride price. They mention a bride price. I want to say dowry. Maybe that's the wrong word. I'm thinking Western. But yeah, if you pay the bride price or whatever, and you get her lands, or you get something out of the family, and you make an oath to her, but you're really getting what comes with the bride, kind of a thing, I guess. Whatever the circumstance may be, I don't know. Yeah, you can be. That's bad news. Bad news. The commandment forbids the use of the name with a capital N to validate either two varieties of vain oaths: to swear that a wooden object is wood, which is vain because it is so obvious there is no reason for such an oath. Oh, wow. Okay. And to swear that an obviously wooden object is gold, which is vain because the oath serves no purpose. The term shao, oh, okay, I'm not going to go there. Vain appears in the verse twice, and in the line of this dictum of the sages, onkelos, translated in two different ways, in vain and falsely, referring to the above two kinds of oaths. Not necessarily that it only applies to wood and gold, but I think if you get the meaning, the mechanics of the psychology.
I didn't mean to skip over the second one. The second one is prohibition against idolatry.
Think about this.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Think
skip
how
over.
many people bow to images of Mary, the Pope, Jesus, Buddha, Hindu gods. Bowing down to engraven images, prostrating yourself in any way, or worshiping or serving them.
The prohibition breaks down is forbidden to believe in an idol, forbidden to possess an idol, forbidden to worship an idol, forbidden to acquire an idol,
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys have the story where Abraham smashed the idols?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love that story.
Hence your name.
Hmm?
Hence your
Yeah.
name.
The TheIdolSmasher. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I dig idol smashing. It's pretty easy and it's fun.
Yeah, I like the little Mario icon. That's cute, huh?
When the family brings over, yeah, I wanted to think, yeah. When the family comes over for like Easter, I'm not going to speak this loudly, but when the family comes over and they bring their Easter gifts, for the kids or whatever, because my family's Christian, they're all Christian. I'll usually take at least one, out back and take a 7-iron to it, and I'll do it to a few of them. I'll just get my little club out and
Wait, what do you do it to? What do you
take a 7-iron, a golf club.
To what again? What do you smash?
Easter eggs.
Are Easter eggs are not idolatrous, are they?
Well, they're pagan. Yeah, the god of
Oh.
Easter, make quick like a rabbit, so that the eggs of fertility roll down the hill. Yeah, it's Easter. It's named after the pagan god Easter. So so when we get Easter eggs, I take them out back and take a 7-iron to them. Just one or two. If I really want some of that chocolate, I'll bite half of it and spit it in the trash. Nullify it, because a Noachide can nullify an idol. A Jew cannot. A Jew has to utterly destroy them, grind them to powder, and throw them to the wind. Basically, is what a Jew has to do. Destroy them in any way possible. A Noachide, like if I'm given a Buddha that's like solid gold, or it's a sacred gift from somebody and it means something, I can like take a chip off his nose. If it's been worshipped. If it hasn't been worshipped, it's just a statue. If it's been served, I can break off the nose, or take a chunk out of Buddha's hand or something. I can break Jesus' leg off of the cross or something. I can take an idol and still have it, but it has to be nullified somehow. It has to be reduced in stature in the eyes of other people, including yourself.
So you guys would consider like a crucifix to be like an idol?
If it's worshipped, yes. And since it's an obvious sign of idolatry that's been used in idolatry for 1,500 years, you can pretty much, you want to avoid dead man on a stick completely. Yeah, it is an idol. Dead man on a stick. It's disgusting. That's what they teach children. That's what all these Christians for 1,000 years were forced to look at. That's your God. Worship that. Bow to that. It's disgusting. Dead man on a stick. It's not sacred. It's trash. Sorry, I had to get that out.
I agree.
Hey, Rev.
Wait a minute, Rev, you're Christian, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
But wouldn't that, I mean, your name has a cross on it. Wouldn't that be like anti-you? Or whatever. I mean.
Well, let's not get personal. Come on.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
Let's
I'm
not
saying
do that.
everything
Come on,
Idol
man.
said is true.
It's disrespectful. He's a guest. He shouldn't.
No,
No, I don't bow to any cross.
I
What
didn't
Idol
mean that.
said, what Idol said is absolutely true. It's an idol.
Sorry, I did not mean that personally. Take that. If that sounded personal, I take it back.
Now, the sign would be a symbol like the two interlocking triangles or even a moon. I mean, Muslims don't worship the moon, but the moon's very prevalent. Same thing. Now, if you put the Jesus on it and bow to it, or call it God, you might have issues that you need to work through. We got the third.
You want this to keep the Sabbath? Any commentary to that?
Yeah, I'm going to say just for the bare minimum.
Because there's a difference, because the Sabbath was given to Adam.
Nope, it was mentioned in Genesis 2.
Well, there's a difference to remember it, though. That's the key. It's
It was
to remember.
never. It was never. Man was never commanded to have anything to do with the Sabbath. You were just told it was. He just mentions it in Genesis 2 once. It wasn't until the Exodus that the Sabbath became something for Israel and Israel alone,
Okay.
or those with Israel. We know that there are non-Jews here, non-Israelites who are there, and they have to they have to keep it too.
I have two questions that are a little bit off topic. The first one is, when you guys bow, do you guys put your faces on the ground in worship?
It's a way. It's one way. Yes, it's perfectly acceptable. Absolutely.
Is it
If
done
it's to
like any
God,
other?
if it's to God, or to follow the feet of your master, that's very acceptable.
Is it done like on the regular basis, or?
There's, honestly, the Noachide thing is really new. This is really the first time since Shem that people have come together en masse to learn about this stuff. They don't really, a lot of rabbis, don't know what to do with this. A lot of Jews have never even heard of us. A lot of them really don't know what they're like, you don't want to burn us in ovens? You're not going to try to convert us? What do they freak out a little bit about it. They're in survival mode right now. And so there hasn't been a set standard of rules for Noachidic prayer.
For how long?
I'm sorry?
For how long has there not been a set of rules?
Since the temple, the only record they would have of it would have been in the Second Temple, and that's gone. That's one of the things that Moshiach will do when he arrives is restate the Torah so that everybody understands, because all the religions of the world don't have it right. The Judaism we know of today will not be the Judaism when Moshiach comes. It will be actually closer, if not completely, what we're reading right now, rather than what they've had to do being spread out in the world and whatnot, and trying to survive, that'll all change. There are books, for instance, there's a Siddur. It was the first, if not the first prayer book that was written for Noachides. It's very basic. It needs it needs updating. I know a couple of the authors, 3 of the authors, and 4. No, I know 4, and it gives you a template, because in prayer in Judaism is tantamount to making an offering. You have to prepare yourself. You have to prepare your animal or your wood or your flower, whatever you're going to offer to God. Then you have to take it to the priest, and the priest will then properly slaughter it and put it on the altar. So prayer in Judaism is about like that. You have to prepare. There's a preparation in prayer. There's an active offering. So there's a template for psychologically. But yeah, it's been about 2,000 years since there's really been any record, and there's a lot of rabbis coming. I mean, now things are changing with the internet and communicating in real time over the ocean. A lot of things are changing. The rabbis are writing more books, they're doing more study, they're bringing the questions up. What are we going to do with these people? Because they're not going away. So one day, but yeah, prostrating yourself. I've got the law where they distill the law down. Just the law in Torah that applies to all humans, and prostration before God is 100%. It's there. It doesn't say you have to prostrate, but some sort of prostration is necessary, and to go full blown down is part of it.
Is your prostration the way we do it?
Not to Mecca.
Well, of course, but like in the same general kind of deal. Yeah, Reuven says flat. I see.
Yeah, a bit more flat. Yeah, an absolute yearning. Yeah, flat. Yeah, it would be flat, wouldn't it? Oh, I forgot. Yeah, good call, Reuven. It's a special prayer. It said we may prostrate ourselves before God. And it tells how to not prostrate in the law.
Hey Dubs, have you thought about what I asked you about with the Shema?
Oh, God is one thing.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God, the Lord is one.
Yes.
I've thought about it.
Yahweh Elohim. What do you think, bro?
I don't know. I think God's one, man. I think it's kind of hard to, venture off from monotheism,
Repeatedly.
No, absolutely, yes. But it's Yahweh. It's. I'm sorry. I can't. I shouldn't pronounce it. I apologize.
It's all right. It's cool.
Yod-He Vav-He.
Right.
Yod-He Vav-He.
I only have problem with people saying that when they're when their mouth is a filthy sewer. That's all.
I'm sorry.
You're a good person.
We're also spelling it out. Nobody knows the right way to say it anyway.
That's true too.
That's right.
Yud-He
That's
Vav-He.
right. That's right. Yeah, I do my best. Yahweh. You know, I do my best, but yeah, we can't do that. But I'm saying, think about it, right? We have Yahweh, we have Yod-He Vav-He, and we have Elohim in the original Hebrew in the Tanakh, right? Deuteronomy 6:4.
Yeah, there's 72 names of God actually in the Torah.
I think it's pretty definitive that it's pretty much saying that the God of Israel is Jehovah or Yahweh or however else you want to call him by, Allah or.
Well, we have to. Elohim actually is a reference to the heavenly court. That God is speaking to the forces of nature, speaking to the angels. That it's a collective. We let us make. It's a humbling. It's usually when God.
I agree with that.
Chad doesn't quite know your question. This is a couple of weeks ago. There's a verse in Deuteronomy that makes it seem like the God of Israel is dual. There's two gods, or at least.
Tell me the verse.
Deuteronomy 6:4.
And I pretty much come down and I mean it's pretty much to me it's saying we believe in a God, and this is the God's name. But it could, I guess, if you want to say that there's two somewhere in there, and I don't know what to tell you. I can't.
It's so hard for me because I'm looking at it and it says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one." I don't know one scripture where it could be more obvious that the Lord is one.
If you look at it in the original Hebrew, okay?
I am.
The Shema is Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. But they changed all of it. They changed it. If you look at it in the original, okay, it's Yahweh. It's Shema Yisrael. I posted a video. Please look at it, please. Now Christian acrobatics. Okay, I'm done. If you want to take a look at that video, guys, check it out. I'm taking off.
It's okay. I hope you're not upset, but for you to come in the room full of monotheists and to it's kind of hard.
Dubs.
What's up, man?
I believe in the God of Israel. I do. I believe in it.
That's it. He's one.
Yes, he is. But I believe that Yeshua was him in flesh. I know. It's rough.
It's rough.
I love you, Dubs, so much. And Idol, keep doing.
I love you too, bro. I just can't picture the God being like Power Rangers, like he's gonna be morphing into like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, like.
I feel you. It's all good.
He's like Captain Planet putting the rings together. I don't.
Can I just say one aspect of it? Because you are singing the song and you get the essence of it. If you look at the verses that precede it and the ones following, the Lord our God is like a statement they make throughout. The Lord thy God, the Lord thy God, the Lord thy God.
But if you look, I'm going to say this quickly. If you look at it in the original Hebrew, okay, it's Yod-He Vav-He Elohim. You got something very interesting there, okay? Elohim is multiple. You have Yod-He Vav-He, which is the Most High God of Yisrael. You have that combination there. That's something we have to consider. That's all I'm saying. So I'm going to take off. I don't want to.
But before you leave, is it okay if I watch your video and then I just quickly ask you a question or two, maybe? Unless you got to bounce.
Yeah, I'm bouncing, Farhan. God bless you too. You're on the right path too. I got to get out of here because I don't want to offend anybody. And I know I've probably already done it. So, take care, guys. Bye.
What were you saying, James? We couldn't hear you.
I'm gonna watch his video.
Okay. You're not going to be able to do it when you're in the room though, because you're going to hear us talk over the video.
I can mute just this room.
Do we want to go to prohibition number 5, honoring parents, or do we still have trouble whether or not God's multiple?
Let's not go on that today.
Okay. I want to read this thing because it's right here. I was trying to. I used the mic. I'll tell you what it says in the Hebrew. It's Shema Yisrael Yud-He Vav-He Elohim Yud-He Vav-He.
He's saying those two things are separate. That's his argument. Is that Elohim and Yahweh are separate? They're not together. He's saying there's two gods or something, right? That's his argument. There's two.
But that's not what it's. It's not what
Right,
it's
to me,
saying.
it's saying that there's a God, right? We believe in a God, and He is Jehovah. He is
Yes.
this particular God.
Even
But that's for me.
Even the angels and God are one, is what he's basically saying here. All the forces of nature, everything is one, because Elohim refers to God and the forces of nature, but the four-letter abbreviation is on both.
With that one, because that's starting to sound just like the Trinity.
No, because the many faces, I mean, it's splintered. The four-letter abbreviation surrounds Elohim. The four-letter abbreviation, Elohim, then the four-letter abbreviation. So, yeah, I don't see. It's you don't break down. You don't worship the angels. You don't call the angels separate gods.
Yeah, that's we just went over that Tuesday with Genesis chapter. What was it?
That's
4?
what they did. 4. That's exactly what they did. They took the name of God and made it into religion. And yeah, that's not what he's saying. We don't.
You know what? Why don't we that's it. Why don't we just
please? Let's just get through the 10 Commandments.
Okay, so we understand that the seventh day of the week is the Shabbat. Refrain from work and any practice that would diminish the sanctity of the day. Fourth commandment. We've established that. Fifth commandment. Where are we at, J-Dubs?
honoring mother and father.
Oh, there it is.
The 10 Commandments are inscribed on 2 tablets, 5 on each. The first 5 contain laws regarding man's relationship to God, while the second refers to the people. I think we all should know that by now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. He wants us to show, let's see, why did God make the commandments? Let's see. This refers to the honor and reverence that is due to God himself. When people honor their parents, God regards it as they honor him. For the sages say that there are 3 parents in a human being, one being the God, father, and mother. If someone honors his parents, God considers it as he is honoring himself. But if not, God says, I did well not make to live among them, for I had dwelt among them, and they did not torment me. That's from, I can't pronounce it, 30b, 30a. I'm guessing it's a book from the writings. There's that wind sound again. Is that me, or do I hear like wind blowing in the background?
All right, that's got to be you, because my heater's off.
Oh, okay. It sounds like the splitting of the Reed Sea is happening again in my ears. It could be just me. I don't know. Oh yeah, it went away. What happened? Whatever something did, that's perfect.
No clue.
It must be a short in my mic.
Okay, no problem.
Hopefully I closed up my sound card so we won't.
Yeah, it sounds good. You come in clear, man. Good. Okay, prohibition against murder.
Now, in the Bible it says thou shalt not murder. Now you're saying it says thou shalt not kill.
Yeah. Let's see. If someone truly believes in God as the creator and sustainer of human life, then he will not commit murder. It is quintessential that the modern world accelerates loss of faith has been accomplished by accelerating cheapness, by cheapening the human life of humans. Many have noted that the prohibition against murder seems to be obvious and is hard to be needed in the inclusion of the Ten Commandments. Murder was prohibited to all of mankind long before the giving of Torah. That's true. That's in the Noahide Code. These commentators explain that the sages regard the Ten Commandments as a guidepost to elevate behavior more than a literal translation. For example, the sages describe many of the I'm not sure the Hebrew word here. What is that? Tantamount? How do you pronounce that?
Tantamount.
Tantamount. Okay, so so it says here the sages say that the commandments broken tantamount to murder, although the people are not liable for the death penalty. Among them are failing to provide food and safety for travelers. Now it's getting to what murder is. So failing to provide food and travel, causing someone to lose his livelihood. That's interesting. I did not know that. Reuven says they basically want us to believe that virtually every Jew has ever lived was an idiot.
Oh.
So okay, you still keeping that up? Oh man, I thought we were long gone. I thought we were long over that.
No, I watched this video.
My head's still there.
I was watching one of his videos, the one he sent, and I was because he's. I mean, I don't want to change the topic of the room. That's why I was taken to the chat.
Yeah, that's all right. Okay, good. Okay, took it to the chat. Good. Okay. So failing to help provide food and safety for travelers and causing someone to lose their livelihood. Wow, that's
tantamount to murder.
Yeah. Same thing with slander as well. Slander is considered murder.
Idle gossip, evil speech, lashon hara.
The seventh commandment, prohibition against adultery. This prohibition refers to the cohabitation of a married woman, which is a capital offense. It forbids idolatry. For someone who betrays a marital relationship can be expected to betray God. Let me read that again. For someone who betrays a marital relationship can be expected to betray God. This concept is alluded to above in the commandment in verse 5. I'm not sure how they got that, though. That's a little odd. I'm guessing if you're not faithful to your significant other, I guess, why would you be faithful to God, I guess?
Why would you be faithful to your children? Mm-hmm. I would like to read, if I can, I'm going to back up to 1 for the 6th commandment, a murder, because the...
Oh, go ahead.
The Hertz has a good commentary. It says, the infinite worth of human life is based on the fact that man is created in the image of God. God alone gives life, and he alone may take it away. The intentional killing of any human being, apart from capital punishment legally imposed by a judicial tribunal or in a war for the defense of a nation and human rights, is absolutely forbidden. Child life is as sacred as that of an adult. In Greece, weak children were exposed, that is, abandoned on a lonely mountain to perish. Jewish horror of child murder was long looked upon as contemptible prejudice. It is a crime among Jews to kill any child, sneered the Roman historian Tacitus. Hebrew law carefully distinguishes homicide from willful murder. It saves the involuntary slayer of his fellow man from vendetta, and it does not permit composition or money fine for the life of the murderer. Jewish ethics enlarges the notion of murder so as to include both the doing of anything which the health of a well-being of a fellow man is undermined, and the omission of any act by which a fellow man would be saved in peril, distress, or despair. For the prohibition of suicide, see Genesis 6:5.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
There's it's in the Talmud where it talks about, someone murdered someone and the court said, well, let's make him a butcher. Yes, obviously he wants to kill things, put them to good use.
Yeah, and how do you handle, like, homicide and willful death? Like, what if you're chopping wood and the axe flies off the handle and
Right.
How do you handle that? Is it murder? But you'd still yeah. You've heard of the getting back onto the seventh commandment. You've heard the phrase that the foundation of all civilization is the family.
Well, I absolutely believe that, but liberalism pushes it down my throat that that's not the case, so I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm sorry, that's another jab. I shouldn't be doing that. Sorry.
Immodest speech or conduct or association with persons who scoff at the sacredness of purity. Among no people has there been a pure home life than among the descendants of Abraham. The woman enjoyed greater respect. Okay, no woman enjoyed greater respect than a Jewish woman, for she fully merited that respect.
This is interesting. Here, go ahead. You still have.
No, I don't. Go.
I'm just going to say they list "thou shalt not steal" as a prohibition against kidnapping. I like how they word that. It makes it clear, I guess, much more of a distinction, I guess.
Property represents the fruit of an industry and intelligence. Any aggression on the property of our neighbor, is therefore an assault on his human personality. This commandment also has a wider application than theft and robbery, and it forbids every illegal acquisition of property by cheating, by embezzlement, or forgery. There are transactions which are legal and do not involve any breach of law, which are yet base and disgraceful. Such are all transactions in which a person takes advantage of the ignorance or embarrassment of his neighbor for the purpose of increasing his own property.
Goes on in the world today, man. It's such a shame. Usury, right there. I mean, I say it all the time. Usury, man. It's one of the most evils of the world there.
Dignity. It reduces human dignity.
Yeah.
We have a verse in the Quran that says يَمْحَقُ اللَّهُ رِبَا وَيُرْبِي صَدَقَاتٍ, which means God destroys or burns, I think, or something like that. Destroys usury and increases charity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, charity is important. We're obligated to give charity.
I mean, that's the whole financial crisis, is just like usury. And yet it's like everywhere.
It's a good word, J-Dubs.
Yeah. Oh, Islam isn't in Islam. It's like you're prohibited from charging like a certain amount of interest, right? Like there's laws on like you can't charge like a fellow Muslim, you wouldn't charge him interest and stuff like that, right?
You can't charge or take it. You can't charge or take it from anybody. So like the financial systems historically were asset based, not debt based. Asset, if you wanted to finance something. But yeah, you can't charge or take it from anybody. What's the word for interest or usury in Hebrew, if you guys happen to know?
I can barely speak English, man. I don't Hebrew. Oof.
What was that again, sir?
Hebrew for usury.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, Reuven posted it in there, right?
Neshek literally means a bite. Ooh.
Yeah. Not a nibble, but a bite. Poetic there.
Not
like
sampling it.
Right.
Because it was painful to the debtor. I think Reuven is Israelite.
Yeah. He's goes back.
I think I would consider him a member of the tribe. I don't know Yeah, not a religious Jew, but I still, he's Israelite in my book. Shoot, maybe I'm Israelite. I mean, I study their books, or our book. I study their books. I listen to them. You know, it pisses a lot of Christians off, but I guess I stand with them too.
Hey, anyone who's on the side of God, man,
Yeah.
that's fine with me. I don't care what they call themselves.
So we've got
8 down, 9, prohibition against bearing false witness.
ooh.
This literally means false testimony.
Were we talking about this with Brother John the other night? He was talking about or it was with Nadia about bearing false witness.
So Phono, he actually lists gossip and slander as bearing false witness. That's interesting. That's a bit of a, I guess some other rabbis would consider slander and gossip to be under another prohibition. So.
The 3 preceding commandments are concerned with wrongs inflicted with our neighbor by actual deed. This commandment is concerned with wrong inflicted by word of mouth. Embraces slander. Yeah, what is it? Slander, defamation, and misrepresentation, whether an individual, a group, a people, a race, or a faith. None have suffered so much from slander, defamation, and misrepresentation as the Jew in Judaism.
Yeah.
No kidding. Wow. Yeah, blame a Jew. That's original. Thus, modernist theologies still repeat that according to this commandment, the Israelite is prohibited from slandering a fellow Israelite because they allege the Hebrew word for neighbor here. And in thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself in Leviticus. It does not mean fellow man, but fellow Israelite. This is a glaring instance of bearing false witness against Judaism, as is proved so by 11:2. Let every man ask of his neighbor jewels of silver, etc. Where the word neighbor cannot possibly mean an Israelite, but distinctly refers to the Egyptian. This is commandment. As in all moral precepts of the Torah in Hebrew, the word neighbor is equivalent to fellow man. And I know a couple of rabbis who will contest that means just the neighbor. We don't have to love the Gentile. And they
that's a bit disputed, yeah.
But it is highly disputed, but still.
I don't know. I kind of fall on that it applies to everyone, so I don't know. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, Reuven's not an atheist. He's agnostic, not agnostic, agnostic.
10th commandment, prohibition against coveting.
Ah. It was Buddha who said that from desire comes suffering. Not too far out. To long for the possession of anything that we cannot get in an honest and legal manner.
That's interesting, yeah.
It goes to the root of all evil action, the unholy instincts and impulses of predatory desire, which are spring of nearly every sin against a neighbor. The man who does not covet his neighbor's goods will not bear false witness against him, will neither rob nor murder, nor will he commit adultery. It commands self-control, for every man is in his power to determine whether his desires are to master him, or is he to master his desires. Without such self-control, there can be no worthy human life. It alone is the measure of true manhood or womanhood. Who is strong, asked the rabbis? He who controls his passions, is their reply. I think Chad pointed that out.
I like how the 10th commandment is like a string, like you know how like you have like a shirt and you pull that one string and then it just comes all loose. That's like the fabric that holds everything together. I like that. It says here, for the consequences of Sinai, since a nation had seen that God had spoke to them directly without an intermediator, we are to never seek symbols of the divine. We pray directly to God, and our services to Him must revolve around Him to elevate the earthly matters and to do His will. Not only are we forbidden to make idols of heavenly bodies or forces, we are even forbidden to add to whatever He commands to us to fashion, like of the tabernacle and the temple. When God wishes to show us His presence, it will be through His blessing, not through images or symbols made by us. So when you said Virgin Mary on a toast, sorry to say that, but that's not God calling you.
When the Christian says, I see it when he saw Jesus, and that's like, well, Christians see Jesus in toast and in watermarks on the side of, buildings.
It is forbidden to make images of the heavenly bodies and angels that are with God in heaven. That's commentary for verse 20. Let's see.
Mm-hmm. And Muslims are very sympathetic. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, the reason why it's so, why it's implied, I don't know what the true thing is, but why images of Muhammad is after what the Christians did or what the Romans, I should say, not the Christians, what the Romans did with Jesus. They didn't want that happening with Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, that's pretty much right. People do some weird stuff in certain places. I was actually in Mecca, Medina rather in this case, and there are these people. They're kind of rigid about it, and they're seen as like going too far. But if you when you pray, you raise your hands like this, and if you do that in the direction of the Prophet, because we know where his grave is, it's like right there. They'll stop you from doing it. Now, people, they're not actually praying to the Prophet, they're praying to God, but they just happen to be looking in that direction. I don't know, it's like an emotional thing, and people will stop you from doing it. They're a little bit harsh about it, but I see their point or whatever.
I do too. And everybody thinks it's silly. It's like, well, if you stop and look at history and read, I think probably the scriptures of both books, it will become abundantly clear. But for people who weekly, daily, bow to a cross, it might not seem like a big deal. The thing about idolatry is everybody's focused on the idol and not the hellraiser erecting it. And that's the devil of it. Their hearts are sincere. But who would erect an idol for people to worship? Probably a very unsavory person.
I'll say two things. There's a story that I once heard was that there was a guy. He was teaching monotheism, right? He's teaching. First off, are you done with your topic? Are you done with the book?
Well, there is Haftarah. I don't know if James, if you want to go through that.
We can do that in a bit. Go ahead, man.
So there's a story where this guy, he's teaching, in Arabic we say tawheed, which is like monotheism, right? I guess it would be like some form of like tawheed, I guess in Hebrew, I don't know. But so he's teaching monotheism every day, right? And so the students were like, why are you spending so much time teaching the oneness of God? Like, we know that already. And then, so he says, okay, fine. So the next day he goes off and he says, he comes late to class. And the students are like, well, why are you late to class? And he says, oh my gosh, like the most horrible thing happened. I ran into this guy, and he was like sleeping with his mother, and people were like, we didn't know what to do, and it was like this really weird thing, or something like that. I forgot the full story detail, but he's somehow fornicating with his mother, right? And all the students are like, oh my God, that is so disgusting. Like, how could someone do that? It's like clearly wrong, and they were just really like appalled by it. So then he goes away for a second, right? He steps out of class. He comes back after a little while and says, oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I got that story mistaken. He wasn't fornicating with his mother. He was worshiping an idol. And they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And he's like, see, you see there, that's the problem. The problem is that the first one is a sin, but it's lesser of a sin, whereas you don't see the problem with you don't see it as like a huge deal that this guy's worshiping an idol. And it kind of like took the students back. It's like, okay, now that's why we need to continue studying this topic. So the second story is, do you guys have the story of Noah and how how like monotheism came about and he was the first one to like put a stop to it? Do you guys have that story where like the first people, they were these really righteous men, and they were like really good people, and they were true monotheists, they were true worshippers of God, and then when they died, I don't know if you guys have the devil in Judaism, but the devil came and he basically was like, oh, they're really righteous people. You should make idols of them, but don't worship them. Just put them in the back of the temple and just leave them there. And then whenever you see them, they'll remind you of the worship of God. And they're like, okay, fine. And then after generation after generation after generation, people forgot who those people were, and then they moved the idols to the front. And then some time passed, and then eventually it was like this old man came, and it was actually the devil or Satan, and he says, do you know who those idol people were? Those are gods that your forefathers used to worship, and people by this point have forgotten who they were, and so you should worship them too. And that started like the first polytheism in the world. I don't know if you guys have something similar to that, or is that not?
That's new to me. I haven't heard that.
It's similar to, but it's Enoch is really for us, not Noah, because we just went over that just on Tuesday when polytheism first came about in mankind.
But we've never heard that.
I never heard about the stone statues in the back of the temple, though. That's good, though. That's fascinating.
Yeah, Torah actually uses the word righteous in reference to Moses or Noah.
Ooh.
Okay. Methuselah was the first to preach against that practice. Noah came later. Okay.
Yeah, whenever I get approached by, like I kind of get approached like, so do you think you're a good person? I'm usually like, no, but I know where they're going with this, and they're like, okay, do you lie? Do you, the whole deal?
Yeah.
And then by the end of it, you're like lying, stealing, whatever. Although I've never stolen except for once when I was like.
Red Comfort came up with that. Yeah.
He was the first one to make that up.
Yeah, the one where he goes down the list, or you're lying, cheating. Yeah, that's his thing. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was him. But I know he does it. But anyway, so usually I'm like, hold on a second. Do you believe in one God? I usually just change the topic, and I hear, yeah, I do.
Right.
And then I kind of go back.
Well, that's what their argument hinges on, because you're evil and you're a sinner. You need something to negate that, so you need someone who died for you. So, if you don't have that first premise, the second premise doesn't even you're not needed. We're not, so there's no original sin, so.
Yeah, if you're going to sell me the Savior, you have to sell me this eternal damnation. No. Why would I want to accept eternal damnation so I can accept the Savior from it at the same time? It makes no sense to me. You have to make us believe that we were born in sin, and that's with the vocal ones too. I never hear Catholics bitching at anybody else for what they believe in.
That is true, but what I was saying was that I redirect the conversation towards like monotheism, frankly. And
I just show them in the Bible where I just go right to the Bible. I show that there's men in the Bible, because there's a line in Romans where it says that there's no one righteous, not one man. And then I go, well, what happened to Enoch? What happened to Noah? What happened to Moses? What happened to Abraham? Wait a minute, it says they're righteous. So if there's not something's wrong. It's either the New Testament's line or God's line. When God says when Noah was a righteous man, was God lying to me? That's what I bring up.
Reuven, who was King Asa? Reuven says King Asa was blameless all his days. I don't remember Asa.
I want to say I know this, but...
Okay. There's another righteous man.
The king of Judah. I looked it up. King of Judah. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. You want to try the Haftorah out?
Is it rough? Is it long? Last
No.
week it was like 3 chapters we had to read.
Not really long at all. It's about a page and a half. It would be the Haftorah. Okay, we have the weekly Torah reading, and then later on they were able to take readings from the rest of the Hebrew Bible, and you read, and it parallels what's going on in this Torah. Of course, all prophecy in the end is all one, but this is Isaiah. Isaiah 6 through 7:6, and then it's got a quick verse from chapter 9. So we are in Isaiah chapter 6. In the year of King Uzziah's death, I saw my Lord sitting on a high and lofty throne, and its legs filled the temple. Seraphim stood above at his service, 6 wings to each. With 2 it would cover his face. With 2 it would cover his legs, and with 2 it would fly. And one would call to another and say, Holy, holy, holy is Hashem, Master of legions. The whole world is filled with his glory. The doorposts moved many cubits, and the sound of the calling in the house became filled with smoke. Then I said, Woe is me, for I shall die, for I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell among people of unclean lips. For my eyes have seen the King, Hashem, Master of legions. One of the seraphim flew to me, and his hand was a coal which he took with tongs from atop the altar. He touched it to my mouth and said, Behold, this has touched your lips. Your iniquity is removed, and your sin shall be atoned. I heard a voice from my Lord saying, Whom shall I send, and who shall go for us? And I said, Here I am, send me. He said, Go and say to this people, Surely you hear, but you fail to comprehend. Surely you see, but fail to know. The heart of his people is fattened. Its ears are heavy, and its eyes are sealed, lest it see with its eyes and hear with its ears, and its heart understand, so it will repent and be healed. I said, How long, my Lord? And he said, Until cities become desolate without inhabitant, and houses are without a person, and the land becomes wasted. Hashem will send the true man far away, and there will be much forlornness in the midst of the land. There will be 10 more kings in it, then it shall regress and come barren with terebinth and with oak, with which, when shedding their leaves, still have vitality in them. So will the holy seed be the vitality of the land. And this is where the Ashkenazim come in. It was in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah. Then Rezin, king of Aram, Pekah, king of Remaliah, king of Israel, ascended to Jerusalem to wage war against it, but could not triumph over it. It was told to the house of David, saying, Aram was encamped with Ephraim. His heart and the heart of his people shuddered, as the trees of the forest shudder before the wind. Hashem said to Isaiah, Go now, Ahaz, you and your son, Shir Jeshub, to the edge of the conduit of the upper pool, on the path of the launderer's field. Say to him, Stay behind, be calm, fear not, Let your heart not grow faint before these two tales of smoking firebrands, before the burning wrath of Rezin and Aram and the son of Remaliah. Because Aram has counseled evil against you, and Ephraim the son of Remaliahu, saying, Let us go up against Judah and cause it distress and surrender it for our benefit, and install the son of Tabael as king in it. For a child has been born to us, a son has been given to us, and the authority will rest on his shoulders. He who is wondrous, advisor, mighty God, eternal Father, shall give him the name Prince of Peace. To him will be great in authority, and have peace without limit upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom, to establish it, to sustain it through justice and righteousness from now to eternity. The zealousness of Hashem, Master of Legions, will accomplish this.
That was beautiful, James, reading a prophecy of Jesus.
Oh,
That's actually a prophecy of Jesus there. He would be haunted by the authorities, the world will rest on his shoulders, etc., etc. Symbolizes the crucifix on his shoulders, hunted down.
But this says Prince of Peace. Peace without limit upon the throne of David and upon its kingdom, to establish it, to sustain it through justice and righteousness from now to eternity.
I don't know. I see Jesus in that, James. I don't know how you can't.
It's difficult.
Wait, are you being serious?
I was a little facetious, but I wanted to spark a conversation because those are verses that Christians use. Legitimate. I'm not making that up. Legitimately, that is Christian argument.
Can you say the verse one more time? Isaiah 6.
For a child has been born on. This is verse 5. A child has been born unto us.
That would be Isaiah chapter 9.
Okay.
Verse 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm looking at verse 5 here. It says, For a child has been born to us, a son given to us, the authority upon his shoulders, wondrous advisors to Almighty God, everlasting Father calls his name, the Prince of Peace. To him who increases his authority for the peace without end, David's throne on his kingdom, to establish it and to support it with justice and righteousness from now to eternity. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will accomplish this.
I'll read you the commentary. Moses and the children of Israel had experienced a prophecy that showed them God's glory and which called upon them to realize their calling as a kingdom of leaders and a holy nation. In the Haftarah, a prophecy and a mixed vision of Israel's fulfillment of God's lofty charge. The prophet Isaiah was shown a vision of the Merkava, or the heavenly court where the angels pay homage to God. The same vision is given in far greater detail in the first chapter of Ezekiel. As part of the prophecy, he is shown the holy temple filled with smoke, indicating that the kingdom of Judah, where Isaiah prophesies and which was host to the temple, was going downhill toward destruction and exile. Indeed, Ahaz, who was about to become king, and to whom Isaiah was soon to bring God's message, was an idol worshiper who brought spiritual corruption to his people. Isaiah is frightened by what he sees, and God sends an angel with a coal from the altar to show him that he has been cleansed of his own sins. Thus fortified, he is prepared to go forth and speak on God's behalf. The prophecy given him is a stark one. He is told that the nation refuses to hear and see, will not listen or comprehend. This process will continue until the land is desolate and deserted. This pressing slide would be interrupted frequently by righteous kings who would inspire waves of repentance and national rejuvenation, but the trend would continue until the destruction and exile 10 reigns later. Nevertheless, when this dire prophecy comes true, and the trunk of Israel's tree is barren of its leaves and fruit, the trunk will remain a holy seed, for the nation's potential for greatness will remain strong. The potential is illustrated by the last two passages of the Haftorah. Although Ahaz was exceptional in his wickedness, God dispatched Israel to tell him that he should not fear the impending invasion from the far more powerful alliance of Aram and the kingdom of Israel. The 10 tribes of the northern kingdom, Ahaz, who, in his impudence, had not feared God when he had brought idol worship into the temple, and even marched his own son through the fires of Malach, was understandably petrified of the alliance, but God wanted Judah to remain whole, and so would save it from the danger. Isaiah was to take one of his sons with him, a young man whose very name was a prophecy, Shir-Jeshub, which means the remnant shall repent. For through destruction will come, the remnant of the nation will return to its spiritual pedestal. The reason for this mercy is suggested by the last two verses, which are interpolated from a later chapter in Isaiah. Ahaz was one of the worst kings, but his son Hezekiah was one of the greatest, a man who purged his kingdom of idolatry and brought about an unprecedented resurgence of Torah study. This son would be named by God himself. He would be called Prince of Peace, and he would lead his people to new heights.
Well said. It was a prophecy of Israel. Okay, got it.
How does that not apply to Jesus? Emma, that might be a serious question. Because the Prince of Peace was the son of Ahaz. It wasn't Jesus. That's later on in Isaiah too. I mean, we're reading a section, but that's what happens in Isaiah. The correct renderance of a child is born unto us. The correct rendering of the Hebrew is, unto us a child has been born, unto us a son has been given. The reference is not to any future person, nor to anyone unborn. Hezekiah had already given promise of the qualities of heart and mind that pointed him as the future regenerator of his people. The government is upon his shoulder, clearly indicates the crown prince is the person referred to. The throne of David, the king of Israel, devastated by the Assyrians in the days of Ahaz, fell into the hands of Hezekiah by reason of the weakening of Assyria in his days. For the first time since the days of Solomon, the national unity was reestablished, and Hezekiah was the first ruler once more to occupy the throne of David. Hence the prophet speaks of the increase of his government. Forever, forever, according to Rashi, means during the days of Hezekiah. This is out of the Hertz.
That was actually a pretty good study today. Pretty good. They've been getting better. I noticed that the meetups have been going well. Glad to have you back, James.
Yeah, me too. Chad post something. I said if it were about a virgin birth per Christianity, that child on Isaiah's time would have also been born to a virgin, thus making Jesus the second virgin birth. Not that the Hebrew says anything about this. Good point.
Young woman. Young woman.
Not an old hag like Sarah, who was still beautiful at 90. Or
Chaz, how you been today? Chad, I'm sorry. I called you Chaz. I apologize. Chad, how are you today?
Doing good. You hear that?
Yeah, yeah, loud and clear.
Cool, cool. Enjoying life, planning the future. I don't know. Yourself?
Oh, doing good. I'm doing well. Hanging in there.
Glad to be studying some Torah.
Are you Reuven? I think Reuven told me you're the one who did the reading of the Book of Enoch, right?
No.
You sound like the guy. Who is that, Reuven? Let me get that. Reuven, post that video. You sound just like the person. There's one of Reuven's friends. I assumed it was you.
apocryphal.
Okay.
That's funny because somebody was just telling me I should do readings of books just like the Book of Enoch.
Oh man.
Wow. Maybe they're testing the waters. If you're him.
Definitely should. I think you should. Good voice.
Hey guys. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I want your guys' opinion on this. I just got an email from like our community email. It turns out that someone one of my mom's friends just died, and I know this lady.
Sorry to hear that.
And my mom was sleeping, and I was thinking about going to tell her, but I don't want to like wake her up. I don't know what to do because her funeral's tomorrow.
That's a tough one.
I would tell her. It's her friend.
Yeah.
Family friend.
Yeah.
It's tomorrow. What time tomorrow?
I would tell her. I would gently wake her up and say, "Ma."
Muslim funerals are pretty much the day after or the day of, actually, if possible. But it's probably.
She's probably not going to get a good night's sleep. That's for sure. It's up to you.
I would. It might be good. It might be. She would hate to miss it, And would you want to wake up? I don't know.
Yeah.
I would wake my mom.
I think I'm gonna ask my brother. I might do that.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Okay, man. Take your time. Let her have a good night's rest. That's what I was thinking.
Ask his brother. That's probably the best bet. Sarah Mean, are you still there, my lady? Did she pass out?
I guess we lost her. Well, I hope Rev. I mean, we did kind of get a good topic going. I mean, we did have. I don't know. I thought tonight went well. I'm glad Rev came in. Rev News. He's a good guy.
Didn't have to leave. I wanted to start studying it. If you've ever talked to him, tell him you didn't have to leave. I mean, maybe you could have waited till after the Parshah reading, but.
Well, I did tell him that he's welcome to stay. We're not booting him out. I mean, we do have a rule in here that if you're just gonna say Jesus every other line, then we might have to boot you. But if you keep it respectful, you can stay.
I know I called him a pussy, but that was kind of cowardly. I'm just gonna put this out there, and I'm gonna go away. Bye-bye. Okay, I'm going now. Okay, I'm going now. Dude, be a wimp. Stick around.
Stuck it in and left, huh?
No time for a reach around.
Yeah. No, Rev's a good guy. No, Rev, I'll give him a pass on that because he's a good guy. He's a sensitive soul like me, so he's a good guy. Any thoughts on the Parshah? Anyone has any questions, comments, complaints, any statements they want to add? Reuven, do you have any comments on the event page or YouTube channel? Anything? Anyone left?
I'm looking forward to the coming Torah study, because
next week, Parshah.
I mean, but what's coming with the law and how it works out and why it's worded the way it is, why it's the order of phrases, or we're going to get into law. This is one of the big things. I mean, everything up to now is pretty in your face when it comes to Torah, but now one of the most misunderstood things about the Torah, about Judaism in general, is the law, and we're going to start getting into a whole bunch of that, and it's going to be good to clear a lot of the clear the air about a few things. Like, people like to talk repeatedly. Even now they're still making videos about rape in the Bible. God says it's okay to rape in the Bible. What are you, stupid or something? Seriously? Yeah. So, we need to, it'll be good to get into it. Further grind that idol to powder.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? You gonna wait?
I'm gonna let her sleep. I'm gonna wake up early myself, and I'm gonna tell her in the morning.
Oh, that's probably the best. Yeah, a little earlier than you.
My condolences to you and yours.
Thank you. Actually, I don't. I actually don't. I mean, I know who this lady is. I know her not well, but my mom knows her pretty well, and she was having like dementia type symptoms.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I've only been to their house a couple times. Well, that's not true. I've been to the house several times, but yeah, it's crazy. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un.
Good study tonight.
Yeah. Went well.
Can I say one last thing?
You can say as much stuff as you want to.
All right. Feedback. Or maybe I'm just hearing my own voice without feedback. I'm not used to that. In 20, verse 15, it says all the people saw the voices and the flames and the voice of the shofar, or the call of the shofar. The word is kol, just like bat kol, which is used sometimes in rabbinic literature. And it's also the same word used in Genesis 2 or 3 when God's voice is heard walking in the garden. I just wanted to point that out.
What verse was this again, please?
Chapter 20, verse 15.
That's right. I'm right in my face.
It may say they saw the sounds or something, but it's also a voice.
Yeah, it says here voices, yeah.
And, I mean, it's easy to glance over that, but it's seeing of auditory things. There's a cross of the senses there. It's been pointed out that it's a case of synesthesia on a national scale.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? What is this? Some secular term? Like what are you getting?
Oh,
at?
synesthesia is neurology for crossing of two senses.
It's what happens around LSD. Your senses will mingle. Really. But this happened to entire people. That's how I see it. I see it as a physical. I hear some people turned and ran. Some people died. It was too much for them to bear. You're given a look at absolute unity, which doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think I've read commentary about that God had sent angels to resurrect the people, that it was like too much for them. Okay.
Also on unity that they were given, there's even commentaries that only the first letter of the Ten Commandments was given as the Aleph of Anochi, I, and then the rest of it was just expanded from that single letter.
Oh, I like that. Say that one more time.
That when God says, I shall be your God, or I am the Lord your God, it's said that the Aleph in the first word Anochi for I, it's not Ani, it's Anochi, another word for it, that it was just the Aleph that was said.
Mm.
And then all the rest expanded therefrom. And also the first character from Echad 1. No? What's that, Reuven? Oh,
No,
that's
he
5
said no
minutes
to
ago.
something else. Yeah.
That's just the bit I wanted to say.
That's wild. It had to be extrapolated, basically, is what you're saying.
It says here that the sages teach that all the people went blind, deaf, and mute.
I wish Charmaine was here to hear all this.
It is fitting that anyone who attaches himself completely to the Torah, as Israel did, they should be cured of all physical imperfections. Oh boy, I'm sure a lot of liberals are probably getting angry on that.
Why?
I don't know. Leaving it to God to heal you.
Oh. Well, you know, you live a healthy life. You create a healthy community, healthy family, healthy household. You'd be surprised. We skip the spiritual. Everybody thinks spiritual is mental. It's all in your head. No. Spiritual is like an energy. It's like a...
Wow, that's unbelievable.
There's science to it. Go ahead.
The sages derived that everyone went blind, deaf, and mute from just a term they saw under, as in its past tense, meaning they no longer could see. That's crazy. Wow. Good one, Chad, pointing that out. Thank you. That's a good one.
That you enact in this world.
Good find.
I've also heard that there was no echo of these words, that it permeated the whole of reality, that nothing bounced it back, it just received it in a sense.
Mm.
It's like the world felt it. Might not have recognized it, but felt it. I heard that. Like a rippling wave around the earth. The closest thing I came to this, the vision in my head would almost be something out of a science fiction movie or Close Encounters, you know, or and entire people were literally, their physiognomy was transformed. It's like a marriage. It's marriage with God, really. I had a mystic say, and I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but I'm saying this in the utmost respect before an open Torah and the world, but true Kabbalah is like having sex with God. I've heard that said, and it was very, and I know it might freak me out.
Yeah.
When we're talking about receiving God at Sinai, I think it can be, that's like a marriage. What happened right there was a marriage between Israel and God. And you know what happens in a marriage of man and woman? They make a baby. But in the marriage of something a little different, something a little grander.
How much longer you can stay up, James?
I'm heading there, but I'm not. I'm certainly not ready.
You want to keep it live, Reuven, and maybe add a few people? Get a little crazy? I don't know. It's up to you. Maybe add a circle, like, you know, respectable people. You know, add them in. David was a cool guy. Where do you know David from?
This is cool. He heads up Abraham's tent. Yeah, a Muslim or a Muslim Hebrew discussion group.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
1,500 members or something like that. Which is kind of cool.
I hope we didn't lose the Armene for the night.
Yeah, I think we might have lost Armene for the night. We'll have to let her know what we were talking about.
I'm surprised. I actually put the link out on my page. I'm surprised I didn't get any of my I don't know what to call them, fans come in the room.
So so why don't you guys just convert to Judaism? Why be a Noachide?
Because I'm not Jewish.
I'm saying, why don't you convert to Judaism?
I don't want to be a Jew.
Why convert?
Huh?
Why convert?
Yeah, maybe that's a better phrase. Maybe it's a better question. Yeah, I can't see a good reason to convert.
Why not? I mean, it seems like if you're the tradition you're on is kind of new, it seems, or at least it's revived. I'm not sure how to phrase that. And
I like that, revived.
If you're almost like pioneering it, and so there seems, I would imagine there's like a lot lacking. So I guess my question is, why not just convert into the? I mean, you have the same theology as them. Your belief system is the same. It's just like a matter of practice. So why not just formally?
To be honest with you, I never felt like I had a Jewish soul. I never felt like I have a deep love for the Bible, and I have a deep love for the Jewish people, but I never felt like I was a Jew. You know what I'm saying? I never felt like I was one of them. I don't know.
There's a lot to it, you know. You pray a certain amount of times a day, but you have to go through an arduous process to do it. I would have to. I mean, my wife is a recovering Catholic.
That would put TheIdolSmasher situation would be worse. Because then TheIdolSmasher already has a family. Technically, his wife would have to convert.
Yep.
Or then they wouldn't be able to even live together anymore. So it's
Why would you have to convert?
Why would you have to?
Yeah.
It's like if you have a Jewish soul, the door's open. But you wouldn't have to convert. Jethro didn't convert. Jethro went back, high priest of Midian. That's in our Parshah. He left without staying with Israel. He went back and ministered to his own people as a Noachide. With the same, it reconfirmed the Noachidic Abrahamic law.
There's no big effort in Judaism. There's no real big emphasis on converting non-Jews because there's no real need to. I mean, this is going to throw some off. There's no internal hell. There's no damnation. There's no God's going to fry you because you were you believe in the wrong thing. So like if the Jews believe that the Gentiles, if they're righteous, they'll go to heaven, then that's perfectly fine the way they are.
So then, like, why be anti-idolatry then?
Because it's just from an objective standpoint, it's bad. It's wrong.
And God commanded Noah. We're already commanded as human beings not to do it. We might have forgotten that along the way, but
I don't believe that it's healthy psychologically to worship created beings or created things, I guess. So I can see it more on a natural level, you know. But I think I could be wrong. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a head shrink, so that's just my conjecture, I guess.
I don't want to convert. It's
a code. I mean, it's not religious. I mean, Judaism and Noahism, if you want to call it that, they're not religions per se. They're codes. They're ethic. It's an ethic code. It's a ethical monotheism. It's be a good person. God just wants you to be a good person. Do your best.
It's emphasized also that all 70 nations will finally look to God in the end. So that means there will be a multitude of people. I mean,
although I never
I got to admit, I came to it wanting to convert. In fact, I thought I was Jewish for a couple of months, and I wasn't. And I was doing things that would make Jews look bad. So I can't deny it, but it was a conversion to come out of idolatry, as I am, James, the dude, and then coming into monotheism and being guided by Jewish people. I've been able to make my life a little better, I think.
I'd be honest with you, there have been times when I've said to myself, boy, I'm probably the only person in my neighborhood that believes this stuff. I mean, I live in an 80% Jewish neighborhood, right? None of these Jews actually believe in Torah. They're Reform Jews. They drive the Mercedes to the Reform temple up the block. They pay the VIP guy some money to park it, and they go in and eat some bacon sandwiches and talk to the lesbian rabbi. I mean,
hold on a second. They eat bacon? I thought you can't. Wait, what?
Exactly. That's the point. That's the point I'm saying. It's like there's been times in my mind where, boy, I should just be a Jew since I do believe in it. I hear what you're saying. I get it. You believe in it. Why don't you go all the way? Is what you're saying, right? That's like the gist of your question? Just jump in. Yeah, I hear you. There's been times I thought that.
So why? I mean, like, I don't know. I
yeah.
Well, in Torah, we're there. The non-Jew is there. The mixed multitude, the sojourner among you, the stranger among you, God-fearers are all throughout the Torah. They're not the focus, obviously, but they're there. And that's us. That's who we are, in the story. We're amongst them. That's what we do. It's our place. It makes it more interesting for them. I can't deny that I like bacon and that I enjoy a cheeseburger, and that was not prohibited by the descendants of Noah. That's
what keeps James and Noachide, his love for bacon.
Bacon cheeseburgers, yeah. I do play guitar on Friday night or Saturday sometimes. I don't rest. It would just be an upheaval. If I don't need to convert, then I won't. And I don't really need to convert.
It would be pretty bad. It would actually be considered a sin if we were to convert, because it would lead us astray. It would lead us to sin. I mean, if we converted to Judaism, if we did it, here's James put on the kippah. If I converted to Judaism, I mean, that would put me in such a disadvantage, right? That would give me a stumbling block. I mean, God doesn't want me to have a stumbling block, so
Can a Jew convert out of Judaism?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, if you convert, you can't stop. You're a Jew for life.
But like I'm saying, if you're born into it and like
you
become like a Muslim or something like that, or a Christian, are you?
No, you become a member of. It's tribal. It's national. It's kind of like American Indians, if you want to look at it that way. Once you're Cherokee, you're Cherokee. You're family, kind of a thing. It's very family-oriented, whereas Christianity is more creed and religious-oriented. Even if you stop being from and you don't keep all the commandments and you go reform, you're still a Jew.
What if you're like an atheist?
You're still a Jew. You're just an atheist Jew, but you're still a Jew.
So what about like if you're a Christian? Because I know there's like a lot of, I guess one thing I've listened to some of the counter evangelists, like the Jews. Yeah. Okay. And one argument I heard from the Jews for Jesus people is that, look, why do you have a problem with us? Because why do you like if a Jew wants to practice Hinduism or not Hinduism, Buddhism, or wants to become an atheist or whatever, you guys have the problem with him. But the moment he says I want to become a Christian, you suddenly start to say like, oh well, he shouldn't be a Christian. And he's saying that's like an inconsistency there. Like,
because it's Christianity is idolatry. I mean, it's just we're not even prohibited to step into a church. We can't go into a church.
Technically, yeah, if it's a house of idolatry. We could go into we would actually be allowed to go into like an Amish or a Mennonite There are Christian churches who are rabid against idolatry, especially people like that. The much older Christian before the Baptists, before there were Methodists or any of that. Some of the Mennonite, Amish, Quaker are opposed to idolatry and teach that to their children. They don't have idols and they don't worship them in their church, and they don't pray to idols. So that we could go into, but like a Catholic church, we should not. We should avoid it at all possible costs. I tried to go.
Is that a way to? Go ahead, James.
I went to my wife's, one of her best friends, or her best friend her father had died, and I wanted to show my respects, and I was determined to do it. My wife said, "You don't have to." I said, "Well, I want to do it." Of course, it was Catholic, and that was 45 minutes of hell. Just sitting in that place. I don't mean that badly. These are good people, but God, it was hell. It was god-awful, gaudy. It was just idols, replete with idols. There were like 12 or 13 of them. I counted like 13, just in the front part of the church. I mean, wow, man. I was like, wow, okay, I guess I've changed. I guess I really converted. I guess my entire DNA has changed, because I get kind of sick in that kind of environment. Like nauseous. And I felt real bad because, my wife doesn't have the problem with it like I do.
I'm waiting for your wife to come out from the behind with a frying pan, just whack.
She's listening. Did you notice I got quiet? But, and it's not, I'm not knocking her, I'm not knocking her mom. No, they shouldn't bow to them, but, crap, that's nothing. Schindler was a Nazi, fine, be a Catholic, fine. Good people, but God, that building. And it wasn't that, it was the way that the preacher talks. It's always down. And that is their holy speech, is to be sad and feckless. And that's how it's, and I just, creepy. So, J-dubs, yeah, we don't go into cat, we avoid them at all costs. I told myself I'd never marry another damn Catholic, ever. I fell in love with this girl. Hard. It was so natural.
Did you marry her before you were a Noachide or after?
I was Noachide, but I asked her, I said, "Do you believe in God?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "I do, and I'm pretty passionate." And she said, "Okay." And that was about all it covered. And she's very supportive,
Did your marriage, where did it take place?
It took place in a Methodist church because it was available. We paid for it. There weren't any idols in it. I looked to make sure. And these people don't worship idols. But the man who addressed us was a Mennonite, a friend of the family. And I dig Mennonites. I dig the Mennonite religion.
Which ones are those again, James? They're like Amish, but they use electricity, right?
They're the like, I want to say the front man of the Amish, but yeah, they follow a much more Amish Quaker tradition. Their view of their fellow man, their view of everything. They don't have idols in their church. It's Christian. Don't get me wrong, but it's
right.
It's. I didn't mind being there, and he was a great guy, and he gave a great service, and I felt it kosher. The wife was happy. I told her, I says, I'm not going to convert. I did tell her that. I said, I will not convert, because when I found out she was Catholic, I was like, oh no, what do I do? I'm committed. I've already put money on the ring. And she obviously wasn't going to church on Sunday, yeah, I was like, oh no, but I married her, and it was the best decision I've ever made. I'll never marry another Catholic. God's like, okay, get arrogant, mister. Yeah, fall in love. There. Eat your freaking words, you loudmouth,
So, like, it's almost like it's the same religion. It's just like a different code, as you mentioned.
Judaism for non-Jews.
And then you guys have heard of the Samaritans?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're interesting. I've learned about them recently. I mean, I've heard the term Good Samaritan, but I didn't really know what that meant. And they're still around. They are still there.
What is Samaritan? Tell me about the Samaritans.
So my understanding, and if anyone here knows more about them, they can correct me, is that they're basically what happened was like the Jews were taken into Babylonian captivity, and when they came back, they found people who were like basically like worshiping the same. They were reading the Torah. They were like worshiping similarly, but they were considered to have mixed. This is what I don't know. I mean, they would dispute this, but they were considered to have mixed their practice with some idolatry and something like that. They would of course dispute that. I know that they're like, but they predate the Babylon. Okay, I didn't know that. They consider their instead of Jerusalem, they consider it to be the holy site to be a mountain called, I think, Mount Gerizim. I think Gerizim, he said in the chat, and they're not Jews. They're in fact they were historically quite hostile to them, but they read from the same or a slightly different Torah. I don't know the details behind what the differences are, but it's apparently not very much. And Jews don't accept them, and they don't accept Jews, but they follow very, very similar. I think now, like probably as the religions have evolved, they probably are following a different religion, but it's like an ancient version of Judaism, something like that.
Yeah, it's cool. It's fascinating.
They reject all the prophets except for Moses. I didn't know that part. Yeah,
They
they're
sound
still
like
around.
Karaites. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying they're still around. They're actually they're in a city called Nablus in present-day Palestine, and a lot of them have actually converted to Islam over the years, and so they're called Samiti. But they're still like a couple of families, like well, not a couple. It's like 600 people or something like that. And then there's a lot in Israeli proper. It's Shechem, not Nablus. Okay, I didn't know that. But it's called Shechem. I don't know, whatever. But they're in two different cities, and they have a lot of genetic defects because they end up marrying a lot internally. Yeah, I think that's interesting.
That is. I've heard that they found that a good deal of the Palestine people have Hebrew descent as well as Arab.
Yeah, I don't know about the Arabs, but I think the Palestinians are pretty much, it's like, because they're like a mixture of all the different peoples that are around there. And I know for certain that the Samites, the Samaritans, they're like they're the same people. Like they even have the same last names and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah, obviously it's a different religion though.
Hey guys, we're on the front page of the Hangouts.
Sweet.
We're up top there with Squid and Nadia and a Hangout called Crap. Right up there up top. So there's Crap and then there's Noah's Nest. They're little yin and yang.
We finally made the top, huh?
Yeah, that was twice in a week.
Reuven actually.
Oh, sorry.
I was saying that Reuven actually did set up the Hangouts correctly. That's normal to get up on the page if you do it right.
What did you say, Farhan?
I was asking how old he is because the only reason I'm asking is because you seem like you know a lot, and usually that takes some age to get that information.
Who, me or John?
To Reuven.
Reuven is
Reuven says he doesn't discuss it publicly. That should go without saying. He doesn't discuss anything really publicly.
That's fine. I mean, I was just curious.
I'm going to gander. I'm going to say he's under 40, definitely. He's smart, but our taste in music are a matter of discovery with each other. We'll put it that way.
Do you consider, Reuven, maybe you know this because I guess I don't know much about them. Do you consider, what are they called, the Samaritans to be Jews, like in terms of their belief system, or do you consider them to be like a different religion just happens to follow the exact same belief system? It's almost like a parallel religion, if you will. Because there was a lady who had to convert. I forgot her name. I read the Wikipedia on them. I thought it was interesting.
Wow. Okay, so this is ancient stuff.
Yeah, it goes back. There's this London Israeli actress. Here we go. This lady here who, a Samaritan who had to convert to Judaism because she wanted to something. I don't know. I think she was married or something like that.
Pretty late.
Her family converted to Judaism at the age of 18. But like, I guess what I'm saying is like, it seems like it's like a parallel. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I'm familiar with her. The conversion was easy though. Why was the conversion easy?
Well, if she knows everything to do, then it should be a hop, skip, and a jump.
There's there are Jews in Yemen, and Jews in in Ethiopia, not light-skinned folk, and they practice a more ancient form of Judaism than the rabbinical of the Ashkenazim or the Sephardim. They were forced by force at one time, I heard, to progress into the new form, but kept some of the old stuff alive. I don't know a lot about them, but they're another that you don't think of, the Ethiopian Jews. They're a minority, basically. Same with the Yemenites. It was very similar and more attached to the ancient form than what we know of today. Why would they need to convert? Probably because they want to join the tribe. They want to be a member of the nation.
But aren't they already that though? If they're considered Israelites, why do they need to convert? I misunderstood. Okay, tell me how I misunderstood.
Like cousins to Israelites. That's what I'm thinking.
No, but what they are though, like they minus Gershom that. No, what I'm saying is it's not conversion so much as receiving citizenship, but they are like, aren't they already? If they're Israelites.
Well, aren't there some Israelites that aren't Jewish at all? Being an Israel doesn't necessarily make you Jewish, right?
I don't know the difference between the two.
What's the difference of the two?
Israelites, someone in the nation, even if you're not Jewish or of Abrahamic descent, but you live amongst them, you do business with them, your children go to school together, or you're just outside of town. You could say, I'm an Israelite. Yeah, I live amongst the Israelite people. Basically like a resident instead of a citizen. In Israel, the Jews would be the citizens, and everybody else would have residency there, if they were there. Personally, I like the West. I don't think I want to go to the Middle East. I like it out west. Or a Garrett Sedek. I would have to, if I did go to Israel. Oh, they do not accept oral Torah. Okay. Oh, that's right. That's okay. If there's no other prophets, then there'll be no other commentary. Holy cow. Okay. So
they're like Karaites, huh?
Yeah. It's there was no other law ever given to man but this book. And that book even says law was given before this book.
I actually had a Karaite comment on one of my videos recently, and they even denied the authority of Deuteronomy.
Really? Because of commentary. Because
Karaite?
Yeah.
What's a Karaite?
They're like they don't accept oral Torah. They're Jews. They just go by written.
I've heard about them. Yeah.
There's a guy that calls them Rev Schnobel that used to do YouTube videos. He was kind of cool.
But if they're are they not considered Jews though?
They're considered Jews, yeah.
So okay, 'cause I've heard somewhere that they have to convert, like they're considered like blasphemous and stuff like that.
Is that true?
That's straight. I bet Dean might have to. I mean, they're still Jews, but they would need teaching. They wouldn't necessarily be allowed to hang out if they're going to stay there and tell people that.
It's like Christians, right? I mean, Protestants don't recognize Catholics as Christians, right? I mean, who cares, right?
And Protestants and Catholics often don't recognize Mormonism as Christian. A lot of Christian people reject the Christianity of Mormon.
So is there like a norm? I'm hearing like there's like different versions of Judaism. There's in ancient versions. Is there a normative tradition like that's like the mainstream, or is
Well, you're speaking the Noachides, so we're going to obviously, say, the Hesic and the Haredi are like our side of the playground, I guess you can say.
Yeah, we tend to go for the most observant.
The black hat Hasidim,
Yeah, I did notice you guys are both wearing the same kind of hat as I forgot his name, the Rebbe. I don't remember his full name.
Mine's a plaid.
Mendels something. I don't remember his name.
I like the hat. I like.
Yeah, I wanted to get a nice large brimmed hat, but I didn't want to come up too Jewish, Just not too much Jew, just Jewish,
Jewish enough to get by.
Yeah.
So people actually usually think I'm a Jew, especially if I wear this, but I'm not. I just came from the mosque. But
you know what? I like those hats actually. Those are really nice. What are they called? I usually just call them kippas, but I'm sure that's disrespectful.
No, that's not disrespectful. Goofy, I would say, or like if you're from the subcontinent, you'd say topi, but it depends.
Kippa and
They're
kufi.
nice.
That's the same Hebrew pronunciation of both, the same root word. A kuf and a pei. Yeah, kufi, kippa, same thing, same consonants anyway. Ooh, I'm getting my Hebrew down. See, it's coming to me. I've got.
Yeah, I prefer the white. That looks really nice.
I think I have a white one somewhere.
I like I like the nice dark black there too. That comes off nice.
Yeah, I have way too many of them.
No, can never have too much. Too many.
I don't do this anymore, but I used to wear like a hat everywhere I went, even like work, and like I would literally be like in the office. It was funny. I would meet like the senior executive, whatever the hell, and I'd be wearing a kufi like this, and I had a longer beard. But yeah, so I used to have quite a few of them.
Any problems when you do that?
Not really. The only people who have issues with it are Muslims. It's irony. Because I forget, but they're I get more self-conscious.
Because yeah, technically from a Jew's perspective, you can hide your Jewishness. Like you don't have to walk in full-blown Orthodox Jew, with your ZZ hanging out, flying around, and your fedora. You could just leave that at home and go to work.
The big blinking neon sign that says "From me."
But you guys, don't you guys like your whole deal is that you have to cover your head, right? Like you cover, especially I think it's like the swirl, like right over here. Isn't that the way it works?
Kippah, yeah.
When you go to synagogue, it's proper to put one on. We're not required. I know Noach doesn't have to, but you can do it to show. It's certainly not frowned upon.
Do you guys go to synagogue as well?
Well, the only true synagogue we have in town is Reform, and I'm just not willing to go back to Christianity.
Oh God!
I've already been there. Okay, there's a reason why I'm not Christian. I like Christians. I love Christians. There's a Chabad house, but Rabbi Goldman, there's no real place for me there. It's a small place. It's not an actual synagogue.
Because we have a couple of Chabad places around here as well, but that was pretty funny. My understanding is that the reforms are basically like kind of like an anything goes kind of deal, and it's like almost like universalists, like in a sense.
A little bit. I think they just want to keep the tribe united, and they'll make it as secular as they can to do so.
It's funny. There's the masjid that I go to has like really good relations with the local Jewish community, such that I was in the masjid today and I saw a picture up on the desk, and there's a picture of the rabbi and our imam, and they're like right next to each other. They're very tall men, and they're right next to each other standing, and it's like in the Washington Post or something like that. So, but I think it's not a reform, but I think it's like a conservative.
Conservative, maybe.
Although, according to the Orthodox I've listened to, the Reform and the Orthodox Conservative are like the same two branches of the same ideology.
Yeah.
They stick to the law. They stick to the old ways. They don't blow it off. they're not quite as a conservative rabbi would have a, maybe a sports jacket on, might wear jeans, but still have a yarmulke and still have a beard.
So how are the like Yemenite Jews different than like I think they're called Beta Israel, like the Ethiopian ones? Like in terms of like the actual beliefs or practices, how are they different, if at all?
Unfortunately, some of the Ethiopian Jews, they do accept Jesus in the New Testament and stuff. So it gets kind of a little hairy, if you know what I mean.
I don't think you can do that, right? I mean,
it depends what you're talking about. It's that community is very large and divided, and
don't listen to John. Reuven says.
Yeah, he says the only major difference. He says that they just call their clergy kes. But like so I mean you guys are kind of getting different things, but I think maybe what you're talking about, John, is the what are they called, the Tawahido? I think that's what you're referring to.
Oh, am I? I don't know. It's so confusing, to be honest with you.
So it's a clergy. It's an older style of clergy that predates rabbinical Judaism that still goes on. And some say that that's where the ark was stashed.
Oh yeah, they claim they have all that stuff. Yeah, I think they claim they have the Ark of the Covenant, don't they?
That's what I heard. Yeah. It's somebody guards something there. There's a guard at all times.
Yeah, but I thought those people were Christian. I thought those that group also like did the New Testament thing. No.
Nope.
So there's a group called the Tawahido, and they're basically Orthodox Christians, but they're like an Ethiopian version of Orthodox Christianity.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, maybe you're I don't know. I could be wrong. But they look like, it's really weird. Like if you see them, they look like Muslims, but they're not. And then they do a lot of things that you're like, okay, that's pretty damn Jewish, and then they're not. So it's really confusing for me. I don't know. They're like somewhere.
Well, I mean, there's something Jewish about them, because I know that there's like when the Jews returned from Babylon, they married into Ethiopians. So obviously they were back then, even Jews, they were Jews there. So I'm sure that's preserved. I'm sure that's probably still there too. I would just assume, right? Unless something happened.
And then do you guys when you say a tribe, usually when I think of tribe, I think of like a racial thing. And now we're talking about different ethnic groups who are Jews. And I guess the question then is that, do you believe that they married into those people and kind of adopted different like bloodlines and stuff like that? Because obviously, like, Indian Jews are different than like Ethiopian Jews.
Women can convert. When they would conquer lands, they wouldn't kill women and children. A lot of those women became wives, and
I think wives is the wrong word.
well, they could be taken as wives and made a wife, and they'd have to convert. If they couldn't marry her if she didn't convert to Judaism. So if she converts, then her, you could say the bloodline, but yeah, the women can convert. So it's always been kind of it's not really been a solid. See, the Black Hebrew Israelites are adamant that it's a bloodline and it's tribal. I mean, like the Cherokee intermingled, but there are still Cherokee. You'll find blue-eyed Cherokee,
Yeah, race has no partake from anything Jewish. It means nothing. What race you are, what nationality you are, what ethnicity, that means nothing.
So then in that case, like, and I guess this is where
I'm not saying that you're gonna be end up a priest tomorrow, because obviously there are elements of Torah where what to be a Cohen, you had to be a certain tribe, yada yada.
Right. I guess my question is like I mean, not my question, rather my comment is that it's kind of like a half tribal, half belief system kind of thing, because you can convert into it based on your beliefs and your actions and so on, but at the same time, if you're born it, you are it. and so it's kind of like a hybrid between the two. It's both racial, not racial, tribal, probably a better word, and belief.
National.
But national, I think, is even the wrong word because you can't convert into a national identity, but you can in this. So it's kind of like a hybrid. It's a mixture of both.
Okay. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
And
Yeah,
Reuven, I'm reading you. Reuven, I'm reading what you're saying. And then the Black Hebrew Israelites, what's their deal? Like they are
They're just
obsessed with
angry.
this.
They're
Like
just
like
angry.
they don't. There's like almost like they want to corner you as if like I'm. Like one thing about me is that I don't really debate with people. I mean, I think I used to, and maybe on occasion I do, but I don't really actively seek out debates. And they like want to like trip you up as if like you're hiding something that you know.
Right. Yep.
And I'm not. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, get to your point. What are you trying to get at? You know, that's my.
You're just an evil Khazar from like south of Russia. You know, you're evil. You know.
Yeah, and like everyone's like, yeah, I've heard of this Khazaria. Like, I don't even know what the whole deal with that is.
I love the fact that everyone's a tribe of Israel except for white people. Native Americans are part of the tribe of Israel. Australian Aborigines are tribe of Israel. Blacks are tribes of Israel. Hispanics are tribe of Israel.
Chinese.
Asians, the Chinese, the Asians, but not Europeans. Somehow, everyone else got in, not the white man.
So yeah,
that's what their point is. You want to get to their point. The white man done fucked over the black man again.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm an American. It's a part of our culture. They fucked us out of our Torah. I said, so you mean that God said he would stay with Israel forever? Are you saying that God abandoned you? Then why do they have the Torah? Why do they have the knowledge? Why do they have thousands of years of ancestry they've been keeping up with all this time? What? And you think because they're white? He goes, I'm the true blood Israel. I said, well, I don't deny that. I don't know who he was. You know, I'm a true blood Israel. I said, okay, then why does your bunch not have Torah? What happened to you? But they take it as it was stolen from them by the white man.
If you think you're Jews, then go to the local synagogue and talk about it. You know?
Yeah. What are you bitching at me for? Just because I'm white? And it's not that. It's just what the Jews are teaching now is false. And I'm sorry. It's been 15 years since I've taken on the title of Noachide. I haven't. I'm sorry, but being a moral human being living by ethical monotheism, if I'm wrong, I don't want to be right.
Yeah.
That's right. You're right about that. Like, what are you talking? What are they talking to you about? Like, go to your synagogue and go pray. Like, why do you have to be in the streets telling people, shouting at people about what they are or they're not? Like, what does it have to do with anything? Kind of deal. Yeah, I mean, I suspect it's like kind of like a counter reaction to some of the oppression that happened to blacks in this country. And even black people are not one like consolidated race. Like I mean, I have friends who are from West Africa and East Africa. Those are the two parts of the world Africa that I know well. And I've been to Africa, a couple of places, and there's major differences between people in Africa. Africa is a massive continent, and to say like Africa, right, as if like it's not like some homogenous place. It's very different.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like the term black and white. You know, you can call me white, but I'm not Slavic. I'm not, I'm not Italian. I'm not Roman. I'm not Greco. I'm not Spanish.
You're Celtic, right?
Gaelic Celtic, yeah.
Someone wrote Caucasoid. Yeah, even the term Caucasian is such a misnomer.
Caucasoid.
Yeah, that's an old term, by the way. But no, that the term Caucasian is referring to the Caucasus Mountains, and I don't know why we refer to white people as Caucasians, but they're not Caucasian.
Yeah, like it's
like
weird that how everything's come together. Like North Africans are considered Caucasian, but so are Norse North, Europeans. So are they the same? Like North Africans and North Europeans? I don't get it.
And then I am technically Aryan. Like the official old school definition applies to me. But like when people use the term Aryan, they mean like white power kind of people. Like that's what they're referring to, you know. And it doesn't make sense. Like they're not Aryans. They're something else.
What is Aryan?
Aryan is northern Indian and Iran. So it means we would say Aryan. Like that's what I would say, Aryan. And then Iran, hence the name Iran. But like yeah, it's just like a family of races basically, or ethnic groups or whatever. I don't know why like it's come to refer to like white people. And then like in India, the southern part of India is called Dravidians or Dravidian, I think they pronounce it, and the northern part is called Aryan. That's a rough categorization. I mean, it's not like some scientific breakdown.
Well, they think that we came from you, right? Isn't that what they scientific?
I don't know. I mean, I'm like a mix of like 80 races anyways, so.
White and black. Black.
I always liked that I always thought that was kind of interesting. We call white people white people. We call black people black people. We call even the red man, right? But we never refer to Asians as yellow. We never say the yellow man. Why is that? Why we call them Asian?
I think that's seen as disrespectful.
Like I don't. We're Oriental. We call them Oriental.
No, I'm not supposed to say that now. I've had people jump down my throat for that.
Yeah,
I would say screw you because Lamyai, Pookie Lamyai, my boss at the time, yeah, she called herself, we are Oriental. What's wrong with the word Oriental? Why do people make big deal?
So I think that technically the Orient is anything east of Turkey, or like the Levant.
Yeah,
technical definition. It's something like that.
And China and Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, all that. Taiwan.
And then in America, we call Asians, when we say Asian, we mean East Asian, whereas like the rest of the world considers like Mongolia or like Uzbekistan or like Afghanistan to be Asian, whereas in America we consider them to be Middle Eastern, but they're not Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, let me ask a controversial question. Do you guys consider the Rebbe to be Mashiach?
Yeah, he's out there right now helping people as we speak.
Because I know that's like a dispute, right? Like some people.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. It's a finite. There aren't a lot of people who believe it, but unfortunately, there are those who do. I mean, they see the Messiah when they see him. That's a good thing. I mean, all people are born with this potential, and some people do affect the world in such a positive way at a time of need. But I don't think he heralds the Messianic age, because that age will be realized by the world within one man's generation. If he's no longer alive, then you can't call him the bringer of the Messianic age. There's no word for Hamoshiach. There's no the Messiah ever once in the Bible, in the Hebrew Bible. Never.
Really?
No one's ever referred to as Hamoshiach.
So then who is, so then where does that idea come from then? It's
anointed with oil.
No, but where does it come from?
Moshiach?
Yeah.
The Redeemer, the...
Where was he spoken? I think there's only one or two times. I don't know if it was even...
Like, where does like the theology around him come from? Because I know that is a big deal for Jews.
Jeebus.
Well, it comes from the someone who saves the Jewish people. Someone who.
A priest was a Messiah. If you're anointed with oil, you're a Messiah.
Yeah, because the word like masa in Arabic means to wipe. Like if you were to wipe your feet, you say Masih. Like that's what you literally say. And so, yeah, it's the same thing. Mashiach, the same kind of deal. Anointed.
The idea of Messiah is because there are many times in prophecy, over and over and over again, it speaks of a time when mankind knows war no more. and looks to Zion, looks to God, accepts one God, and it will fundamentally change the physical world. Like you could look outside your window and know that something's changed, that something's happened.
Like physically, like there's
Physically.
like phenomena that are occurring that are not like natural kind of deal.
Yes, that man, the man who leads Israel back home, where they belong, as God's wife, basically. That man is referred to as the Messiah, but it's never once in Scripture like that. It just speaks of a king, of a leader of great people who brings harmony and peace to the world. And that's the Messiah. That's the Moshiach. You know, Moses was Mashiach. Yeah, exactly.
Do you guys call him the Prince of Peace?
No, that would be Hezekiah. The Christians call him Prince of Peace. He would be called Prince of Peace, I'm sure. I mean, I would not doubt it. God with us. God is with us, with him. God is with us. That could quite possibly be a phrase referred to, because the man who would do that sort of thing would obviously be elevating the world closer to God. A man who would have that to affect the world on such a level. And it's not him alone. I don't want to, because it happens willingly. This is something that overcomes the people, the human race.
Mm-hmm. No, this is interesting. I'm really enjoying this conversation. I've actually I'm really interested in different religions, like very, very much, and just learning and reading and looking and trying to understand people. And like I have coworkers that are Jews. I think he calls himself a cash Jew. I don't know, like
a cash Jew.
Yeah, he's like half Catholic, half Jewish.
For the Star of David tops the Christmas tree.
Yeah, well, I don't know what he is in practice, but I think, anyways, yeah, and then I have other random people. Actually, my mentor at work is as well, but she's not that well versed in the tradition, I don't think. I'm not really sure, actually. I never asked her. And then I have, like, but I don't know anybody, like, scholarly. Like, my neighbor is a Jew, but I know he's not practicing.
Right.
Because he told my dad that he likes bacon. He said something really funny once. It was like, I do this, but I eat bacon, or I forgot what he said, but.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
He's just unclean.
Yeah. It's not like it cancels each other out. Just because he eat bacon doesn't mean it cancels out his other mitzvahs, right?
Yeah. I'm not dismissing. He's a cool guy, I guess, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, but I don't know anybody who's like versed in the tradition. That's what I'm saying.
We have a few Israelites that come here. Path of Abraham was one. He got me my book. You know, Reuven is Jewish, in my opinion. He knows a lot about it, being that as well.
He's the adopted redheaded stepchild.
I've learned really. I'll say this right now. I am not afraid of the Muslim. I'll say it again. I'm not. I am a white American, red-blooded, liberty-loving mother. And I am not afraid of the Muslim at all. In fact, I find a kindred spirit with them because they understand ethical monotheism, especially by law. That's something, you know.
Everyone's exiting out their browsers now.
I'll be honest with you. Actually, when I see like obviously the political stuff aside, when I see a practicing Jew, who's really into his tradition, I have a similar kind of deal. Because I feel like their understanding of their tradition is the same as ours, in the sense of, like, obviously there's differences, but I mean like if the book says it, you do it, you kind of deal. Whereas and they don't really water it down for like modernity and stuff like that, and I kind of like that aspect of it.
Yeah.
And the fact that they have their teachers and their reverence for their language, and I don't know, like just even some of the cultural elements, like I get it, kind of deal.
Well, you're Abrahamic. Of course.
Hope so.
I'm with James. I don't have a problem with the Muslims either. People always complaining that, you know, America or Europe's being taken over by the Muslims. I'm like, good. It's better than what's going on in Europe now, right? What are they doing in Europe?
You know, only 2% of France is Muslim, and they're shitting their pants.
All right, here we go. We're gonna go old school here. Okay. Now we're gonna do something scary.
We're losing our viewership. It's going downhill.
Is it really?
We're flagged.
Are you guys serious?
No.
No.
They flagged us a long time ago.
Hold on, let me go. I'm not in front of a mirror, but
It's beautiful. That's awesome.
all right, now we're gonna go. I'm not Arab, so I don't know how to tie this properly. But yeah, that's that's how they do it. No, I was gonna say, there's a rabbi, and I don't remember his name of the rabbi, but he said that he believes, and this is like at the turn of the century. It was in one of the yeshivot, I guess, or I don't know how to pronounce it. But he says that it's a famous quote. He says that he considers Muslims to be full proselytes, and they're spreading monotheism. And he actually, I forgot who it was, but somebody actually said that Islam is actually going to make way for Judaism. That was his belief. I mean, obviously Muslims would disagree with that, but basically what he was saying is that Islam is a full proselytic, or whatever the word is, religion, whereas he said Christianity is not. And so he said if a Jew is in a foreign land, he can pray in a masjid, but he cannot pray in a church. And I was like, wow, that blew my mind when I heard that. I was like,
I was taught, I think J-Dubs was taught the same thing, that Muslims are, a full-blown Noachidic religion. We don't have
Noachide,
religion.
like.
But it's Noachidic. Its roots are solid. Its foundation is in Abraham.
yeah.
Avraham. I mean,
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
I would disagree with that, though, calling it an Abrahamic religion, but Noahide-like religion, sure. I agree with that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I only disagree with that because I think Judaism is the only Abrahamic religion, but that's a whole different kerfuffle there.
Could you believe that there's another Abrahamic religion? Like, I guess, would Noachide be an Abrahamic religion?
No. Noahide, no.
Not to make religion. In fact, that's one of the laws that we have to follow in the idolatry law. Is we are prohibited in making a religion.
I'm confused. So, like, are they not? Okay.
It's not a religion. We're not religious. It's a code. The Noahide code, not the Noahide religion.
Yeah, there's we have to establish fair and balanced courts of justice. All that good stuff. But we are prohibited. We can make offerings. We can make offerings. Now the Jews can't because of the temple. But a Noahide can make an offering. It has to be done properly. You have to know what you're doing, and you don't want to be doing stuff like that because people will be calling the cops on you and burning crosses on your lawn and stuff. So nobody's like offering them up in your local corner store. But there's no religious act. It's prohibited to create a religion. Keeping the code is the religion. Torah study is the religion. Understanding it, doing good deeds, doing mitzvot, giving to charity, that's the religion. It's not. There's nothing added to it. If we add anything to it, well, I'm going to do this tradition because this happened on this day in the Torah, so we're going to make this part of our religion. It's going to be a new commandment. We can't do that. It's prohibited. And that's and you know what? For someone coming out of idolatry in a world kind of half steeped in it, not so much in the West, but that's quite a task to not make it a religion when you're surrounded by religion everywhere. It really is a task to keep yourself centered. To not copy the Jew. You don't copy what a Jew does. Don't do that. Don't put on a kippah. I mean, if you want to, you can. There's no prohibition, but don't put on that and go have a bacon cheeseburger at the bar on Friday night. You don't do stuff like that. You don't pray like you don't put this. You don't use the tefillin or the tzitzit, the tefillin, and put over your head and pray. You don't make. That's not for you. That was for Israel. You do what you have to do. Now, if you become part of the tribe, if you become a member of the tribe, if you're a sojourner, then you will pick up practices like keeping Shabbat. No, we don't play instruments on keeping Shabbat. You don't want to play an instrument where a Jew can hear it on Shabbat. They have to be centered and in Torah study and restful, and you don't influence the world around you. Music influences the mind, so you would have to go by some of that. You would have to fit in, but we are not. We're prohibited from expounding on it to add to it. That would be bad.
I'll be back in a couple of seconds. I just want to get
No problem. This is the after show. So if anyone has any questions or comments.
Speak. NeoCloud, welcome. Shalom.
If it's the after show, why are we still live?
Oh, that's a good point.
I was just trying to make a point that Jesus didn't like any of the idols. He
Oh,
smelled.
that's great for him. Good for him.
Jesus didn't. No, Jesus was full-blown Jew. He would go apeshit. You think he went bad around the cheating people at the temple?
Yep.
Think he went apeshit then? He would go apeshit and he'd be kicking priests in the crotch.
Yeah.
You people can read. Your society can read. You're given copies of it by the thousands. Every single one of them says, don't worship engraven images. And what are you doing? You're worshiping engraven images. And you're making them do it too. You kick him right in the crotch.
He would definitely overturn the church that we know as it is today. It would be flopped on its head.
That's nicer. Maybe he wouldn't kick him in the crotch.
I like your name, TheIdolSmasher, yeah. 'Cause that's exactly what he did.
I have a temper, so if I try to direct it to something positive like smashing idols.
I mean, some people say, I don't care what he did. Well, that's what he did. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We have far better men than he ever was.
I
We
don't
go with, so.
I disagree with you. All these other men you speak of sinned.
Idol, you want to take that one? I think it might be idol smashing time.
I don't know. I don't know if you can really make the claim that Jesus sinned, or Jesus never sinned. There's a prohibition in the law that says he can't kill a fruit tree, and he killed a fruit tree for not bearing fruit at the time it wasn't supposed to bear fruit. It didn't bear fruit at his command, and he cursed it, and it died.
Was that man's law or God's law?
God's law. Prohibited to kill a fruit tree.
I don't. You're talking Old Testament law doesn't apply to God, so.
Law applies to Jesus.
Wait a minute. You're saying Jesus is God?
Well, I'm saying that man-made laws don't apply to people like that.
Man-made laws don't apply to
Don't apply to Jesus.
The laws pertaining to the Jews don't apply to Jesus who's a Jew. I don't follow the logic in that. You're going to have to help me. I don't have brain damage.
More than Jewish, he wasn't just a Jewish man.
So what were you saying? He's not Jewish
well,
man? Well,
obviously, if he walked on water and made water into wine, he is not just a man.
Well, Hercules can lift, has the strength of
man. Well, that's all mythology. That's not proven. And we have
right, same thing with Jesus. Jesus is mythology, not a proven.
Yeah, there's no documents of all the things you're talking about.
No, we have documents of the Greek gods doing the things.
But John, Moses, performed a few miracles himself to put Jesus' miracles to shame.
Yeah, well, all of those Hercules claim to descend from heaven.
Yes, he does. Yes, he's the son of the gods. Yeah.
Yeah, half man, half God, something like that.
What did I just step into? I walked away for 10 seconds and like.
Well, we had an idol worshiper come in the room and tell us that his gods are better than ours. So.
What God do you follow? You don't follow one, John.
I go by this God, the God of the Torah.
You are God.
Oh God, no, far from it.
By the way, just an FYI, if you have a Torah in Hebrew, I will not touch it until I wash myself properly and like.
If you get a Humish, it has English on one side and Hebrew on the other. It has both.
That's enough for me to say I probably wouldn't put my hand on it until I'm ritually pure.
Oh, this is why it's like this is why the Torah is written as a book, so you can eat bacon off of it. It doesn't the Torah scroll is what's holy.
Yeah, but even
just a book.
The name of God though. So if it drops on the floor, we pick it up and kiss it.
Right, it's true. It's true.
We try to be. It's good to show that reverence. It's a good thing. I would agree with you. I would understand why you would feel that way.
But yeah,
I just feel that Jesus didn't sin. So.
Enoch didn't sin. Noah was a righteous man.
There he goes.
He left.
He's gone.
Okay.
Oh, nice try. He killed a fruit tree. I don't think that actually happened personally. It might have. That seems like a Roman invention.
I don't understand how Jesus could be our savior, James, when he can't even save himself from getting nailed to a tree.
Well, it was either him or they were going to wage war and kill them all. They said, "Give us your leader, and we'll let you live."
What I don't get is how they believe God died. That is
Right, and he went and then he went to hell for 3 days, and all the angels in heaven sang praises of hallelujahs, and what, without God in heaven?
Well, he went to hell. Went to hell, and everybody liked it. Are you familiar with, if I may make so bold, are you familiar with the pagan linkage with, or the Luciferian link with Christianity's base philosophy?
Yeah, not to like a large degree, but yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, how it's a little spooky, and if there's any way that you would be tricked, it's a great way to do it. It worked, and people didn't have a choice but to learn it that way. They're kind of forced to by the bloody Romans. Forced conversion of a whole ton of people, like my ancestors. They were happy little rock throwers and tree huggers. Crazies, but
So would you guys say, like, let's say for example a person is an idol worshiper in Jewish tradition, are they going to hell, or how does that work? And also I've heard that like hell is kind of ambiguous, like Alom Haba, I think they call it, is like not defined clearly.
They just won't have a place in the world to come. That's it.
What does that mean?
That means that you're not worthy of life. It's also missing the mark. For instance, I'm going to use my mother-in-law as an example. She's a God-fearer. However, in her God-fearing tradition, idols are included. She goes to the soup kitchen every week. She gives to charity, literally. She's also adopted a little boy over in Africa.
Nice.
And drives old people to church and stuff. And she worships idols. Is she any less righteous than anybody else? So it's like missing the mark kind of a thing. It's not, she does the bowing to the statue, and that might be a problem. That's something that can easily, for the righteous things that she does do. That you don't overlook the idolatry, but you certainly don't hold that against her in this context. I wouldn't think. You're one thing in Judaism, in the law, in the Noachidic law, unless things are so absolute, unless it's so defined that you've done something, yes, the penalty is death, but in a lot of the times you do have the opportunity to correct your behavior. If you are repentant, you can correct your behavior and avert strangulation or beheading or stoning, which are the 3 forms of death that Noachides have to apply in court if it comes to that. So that's tough for me because I got family. I just know idolaters, and then there are some who are flat out idolaters and it dumbs them down, and those are part of the deluge. You just have to let God will take care of them.
If I could interject here.
Yes, sir.
I believe I've heard that some rabbis say that it's not incumbent for non-Jews to be non-idol. Oh, actually, that's mistaken. Just a bit about believing in God that you don't have to do.
Right, so long as we're not worshiping anything else in its place, which is going to be real difficult. If you don't believe because you can't believe or because it was never taught to you, you can't be held against you. But if you reject God once you know Him, like once the Messiah is here and the law has been established for the world, who willingly accepts the law, and then you go back, that's a real heinous thing because you would have been there to see what happened. Your children would have been there to see what happened. It would be like a new Exodus, a new Sinai event. You couldn't go back. Then it would have to be death. But right now you have the opportunity to. But yeah, we don't have to. I've heard that too. I've heard that from a few rabbis. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, the Jewish group we were talking about that also has Jesus there. I think those are the excuse me, the Rastafarians. I think that's who you're talking about. They're kind of a weird mix. I don't know what they are.
They're happy.
Yeah, they're like a Strange religion. I don't really understand them.
Isn't pot smoking part of it?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
I mean, I never really bothered to look into them. But I don't think they're based out of Ethiopia, though. I think they're based out of, like, Caribbean, I think. I mean, a lot of them live in Ethiopia, but I think they're actually originally not from there. They're from some Caribbean nation. I don't know which one. And they call God Jah, and they consider to be, like, I think his name is Haile Selassie. He's like one of the Ethiopian emperors, to be like Jesus.
Oh, isn't he descended? He's descended from. Isn't he descended from King David? Or am I thinking of someone else?
I don't know, but the Ethiopian monarchy has been around continuously for a really long time.
Didn't he have yellow eyes? Is that what they call yellow eyes?
I don't know.
Fell out of a plane or something and survived.
Let me look up the current Ethiopian king.
Oh, Ethiopian. I was thinking Rastafarians.
Emperor of Ethiopia. Oh no, he was the last monarch. I guess I stand corrected.
Yeah, he goes way back. He goes way back. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty far actually. I think because our prophet actually, and not our prophet, but some of the Muslims took refuge in Ethiopia, or not? Was it Ethiopia? Maybe I'm getting my stories mixed up. Yeah, I think it was, but I could be mistaken. But anyways, it's a refuge there, and the monarch that was there is still around, or was at least until like I guess the 70s, for quite a while. Habasha, as we call it. Yeah, Reuven, I think it was I think the last one might have been Haile Selassie.
You know, I kind of feel bad for these Christian folk who are blinded by the light.
People like Nero came in. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, they can't hang, you know. It's like they're used to drinking really watered down stuff, and we're like getting straight 200 proof Torah.
I don't really have a problem with it. He you know, people like that, they only study the New Testament all their lives. You know, so when you hit them with some Torah, it's like they don't know what to do with it. You know. You notice how you notice how he referred to me as a non-believer, right?
Mm-hmm.
He told me that because he just couldn't handle it.
I've been called an atheist.
When the Romans conquered, what is it? The story go, Reuven? When the Romans conquered Israel, they went to the temple and they said, "Where's your God?" And they're like, "Well, he's here." "Well, where's your statues?" And they said, "Well, we don't have, a picture or a representation of him." They considered them atheists and they crucified them, killed them all, killed thousands of them. That's what we're dealing with, James.
Were atheists in their religion killed?
Yeah, the Romans considered Jews atheists.
Atheists.
They didn't have a God that could be seen or represented as a statue or a picture or an image.
So the Romans killed atheists?
The Romans killed Jews.
I know, but their crime was atheism. So
atheism, yes.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
Lacking a belief in God, yeah.
Yeah, they did let him in originally. I mean, that was the basis of it. The Romans did I don't want to say how great they were, but the Romans did allow the Jews to be Jews in Judea for a while.
Didn't the Jews even didn't they name a city after them? You get a little bit of echo, James.
Again?
Yeah. You got your speakers up high. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Went away. Oh, nope. No, it's back. Don't you have like one of those studio mics? How come it echoes?
I'm working on it. Hang on.
I thought those studio mics were, they didn't bring feedback. Now you're completely muted. I can't hear you at all now.
How's the hiss?
It's fine. I'd rather have the hiss than the echo.
Shorten my mic, and I can't hear what the mic is doing.
Oh, it's fine. That's good the way it is now. Perfect. Now it's just the reverb. It's hard to talk because it's like I have to listen to myself twice. I can't stand listening to myself once, let alone twice. So
you're telling me when they took the temple, they didn't do it as an act of killing a false god?
I don't know. I think this is before the. This is way before 70 AD.
Oh, what the hell does that mean? I have no clue what that means. Killing people who worshipped a false god.
That is kind of a funny statement since it's supposed to be the true God, right?
Right. They were. The temple was destroyed. Yeah,
the temple was destroyed. We were trying to aim the cannonballs, whatever over here, but it hit over here. We miscalculated.
That's nuts.
Who came up with that, Reuven? What secular source do you have to go with that? I mean, come on now.
Okay, he's not being serious.
So how did you guys become Noachides? How did that happen? Because that's kind of rare.
The power of the internet. I came on the internet one day, and someone told me about. Reuven told me about it. Reuven and our buddy Mateo, which I wish we could find Mateo. He made like the tribes, and he just completely vanished. Yeah, you should know him from Stickcam, Mateo. Yeah, great guy. And I came on. I was like, I used to be a Christian, but now I'm like this I'm like a non-believer, deist type of thing, and I don't really remember exactly what was said, but they were like, oh, you could be a Noachide, right? And I'm like, I didn't understand. I thought it was just Christian and Jew, right? You're either a Jew or a Christian. So I kind of lost the Christian aspect of my life, and it's like, wait, you could, they told me, wait, there's this other thing. Oh, perfect. Let's go with this. So and it was everything else was history,
Makes sense.
I wish I known, because there's actually a time when I actually talked to a few different rabbis, actually, because there was a time in my life where I wanted to know the roots of Christianity, which is a horrible thing to do. Never do that, because that's like what happens like with all Christians.
You wanted to know.
I want to know about the original Christians, like Christians of when they first came about, the 2nd century. I wanted to know the roots, so I sort of became a Messi. I didn't know what that was. I didn't call myself, but I was a Messi. I wanted to know more about Judaism. But then I stopped being. But I found, I came to the conclusion that Jesus probably wasn't. He wasn't the Messiah. He wasn't God. He wasn't this. So I gave up the Bible because I didn't understand that you didn't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I even went to rabbis and I talked to them like, what's the problem? Like, I'm having serious problems. I'm a Christian. But it says one God. It says that, I can't have a Christmas tree and all these things I'm doing as a Christian is pagan. And they even said, they said, oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Just be a Christian. And so oh, okay. And so I, later in my life, this is about like 2008. And so I just ended up going, I can't just be a Christian even though it's not true. I couldn't do it, so I just gave it all up.
That sounds like it would be pretty painful in a lot of ways.
It was rough. My family's still Christian. I even love celebrate. I even still. We don't really celebrate Christmas too often, but when we do, I enjoy it. you know, if I'm going to hell for it, I mean, I don't know what to say, you know. Say it again, James. Little louder. Put the mic to the mouth.
That's right. I have a mic now. I was saying, yeah. If eating a Christmas dinner with my family's going to send me to hell, just throw that on the pile with all the other things I'm probably going to be going to hell for anyway.
Yeah, I really wish someone told me that, you know, there was just this other aspect of the Bible that, because when you're a Christian, you're not told, you know, you're not taught about a dual covenant. You're just taught the Jews, these primitive, savage Jews, they used to do this with not even the shellfish. We're Christians, we're better than that. You know, we're the new super covenant. And it's just like, you know, you don't learn about the Old Testament, you don't learn about anything. And that's my problem was that I went back and I wanted to explore the Old Testament, or the only Testament, which what we should refer to it as. And that led me on to not believing in being a Christian anymore, because it really, I don't know how anyone does it, but the Old Testament absolutely contradicts the New Testament. I don't care who you are, I don't know how many jump flips through hoops you do a day for it. They don't go together. I'm sorry. And I chose, you know, I unfortunately I chose to be a non-believer at the time, but man, you know. But I'm glad Reuven and even Mateo was around. I'm glad. Appreciate it.
Me too. I was a lot like Yitro, which our Parshah was named before Jethro, because I did try stuff. I was Christian. I was Episcopalian. I was an acolyte. I was an altar boy. There was a handsy subdeacon. You know,
and then
serious?
Are you serious?
A little bit, yeah.
Wow.
Not
As in like the handsy subdeacon.
Yeah. Yeah. A little bit, yeah. And anyway, so be it. You know, c'est la vie. Anyway, I was more interested in like parapsychology and the occult, and what we called the New Age, but it was like New Age with a bite, because there's a lot of history and a lot of ancient sciences and things. And then there was my love of martial arts and the Shaolin way, and a lot of Buddha, and stuck by it. I was never a Buddhist. Don't get me wrong. I never worshipped a Buddha, and God was on the back burner. You know, I played Dungeons and Dragons. You know, so obviously I was a deviant devil worshiper to a lot of the people in our community. Not my family, fortunately, but all this, you know, wandering and keeping a strong footing in the martial arts, because I knew there was something to it, and not going too far away from divinity, because I knew there was something that I came across, and I'd always heard about this Kabbalah thing, which never interested me until I found a book. I picked it up. And the first thing when I opened up, the first thing it said is, God is God. There is nothing that can compare with God. God is God. And I just kept reading. And I carried that thing around with me for probably 3 years, 4 years. Everywhere I went, that thing was tattered, had beer spilled on it, everything. I just didn't give it up. I yearned for it. I longed for it. I thirsted for it. And I brought it up to a Jew who I was working with, and he's like, "Oh, you're a Noachide." Took me to my first synagogue, and I got to see my first Torah scroll, and that's where I got the yarmulke. And websites and a book here and there, and I went out and bought an English Tanakh, you know, and I would explore it, and I'd tell my friends about it, and they, you know, I had a couple of friends go out and buy their own copies of what I was reading, you know. Again, I told everybody about it. I was crazy. I was a hippie. I partied. I drank. I smoked. I did crazy stuff, but I always kept it around. It was good conversation. I even used to read tarot cards just because the girls loved it and it worked. And they come over. I said, "This doesn't mean anything," and they says, "Well, read it anyway." For my old, occult days, and I was crazy, but I really began to take it a little more seriously. The older I got, the more serious it got. This has been 15 years now, and over the past 6 or 7 years, I've had the opportunity to go online and learn from other people, from rabbis. I've actually taken classes at virtual yeshiva every, 3 rabbis a week, and just drank it in. Bit of a lull happened with Google Plus. There's like this resurgence, and it hasn't. That's just who I am. I've just gotten a little more serious as I've gone on, and third child, and I just can't give it up. Like I said, I try. The politics of Israel and the Middle East piss me off. I want to have nothing to do with it, but yet I have a stake in that. I have a stake for peace. Sorry, I'm a peace guy. I'm not a war guy. Didn't want to get involved. I didn't want to commit, and now I'm committed, and there's no looking back. And so we started this thing here on Google Plus, and it seems to work. We keep regular. We keep up with the weekly Torah reading, and it's a great community and some great people, and this is where we're at, and that's where I'm at anyway. There's my story.
Yeah, different outcome for you though. I mean, at least people you were talking to, they actually knew what you were.
Not at first.
Yeah.
Oh no, not at first. It took a long time. This is in the 90s. Nobody knew who the hell I was or didn't know. I was going to conversion classes for a little while, but everyone kept meeting up. They go across the street from all the conservatives would meet up and go over with the reforms across the street. It just wasn't my gig. Didn't want to. Just not my gig. Big pipe organ. Yeah.
Why is conversion so difficult? Why don't they just make it like? Because for Muslims, it's literally just like you say something and that's it.
Because it's about quality, not quantity. I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, they don't want the baggage of an idolater, I mean, just any old goyim coming to the door. I mean, they're going to bring baggage. They're going to bring politics and,
It's a really serious commitment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not unlike Islam in a lot of ways, but I mean, you can go to a reform or a reconstructionist synagogue and probably convert in about the same easy way you could at a church. But it's about 2 years of serious Torah study, and you have to begin to live your life as a Jew and eat completely kosher. You have to kosher. You have to cleanse your house. You have to eat off of kosher plates, and it takes money, and it takes a long time, and it's arduous. But if you stick through it and you're serious about it, it'll happen. That's what they say about the Jewish soul. It's the Jews coming home that have been dispersed. A lot of tragedy with those people.
To be honest with you, James, if you went to a Reformed temple to go to convert, you would end up teaching them more than what they would teach you, though. Let's be honest. You probably end up converting them.
Rabbi Yaakov. I could rule the world. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I mean, think about it. You'd probably be being taught someone. It'd be like getting lessons from Steven Spielberg. How can you take that serious?
Well, I haven't been there. Yeah.
That's true. We shouldn't knock on the Reformed people. They're good people. They're just they're just different. That's all. They're good. They're good people. I love them.
A sinner out of a non-sinner, as in if we had enough difficulty with our own 7 laws, how much more difficult would it be to take on 613?
That's true. Keep that in perspective. Good one, Chad.
Ooh. Also, I have to admit, part of my drive as a Noachide came from this kid who loved the cinema, who just wanted to be a hero. I saw the movie The Beach, an early DiCaprio movie, and I don't know if anybody in here has seen it, but they basically go to this paradise, and there's a society there, and it collapses. Especially when a kid gets sick, he gets bitten by a shark, gets gangrene, nobody knows what to do. And I said, they need a shaman, they need a medicine man. This is in my I Want to Be Jew days. And I right there, it's like I found my calling. I want to be the medicine man of my little community, of my little bunch. We had a clique of friends, and been that way since elementary or middle school, and we were hanging out and drinking and smoking vast quantities of herb and goofy other stuff. Early 20s, how it is when you're. Anyway, we had, and I thought, I want to be the spiritual leader. That's what we need. We need a medicine man. If they had a medicine man, that man would have been there wouldn't have been gangrene. The society wouldn't have collapsed. You needed a medicine man. That's what I wanted to be, and never did accomplish it. Wound up being a DJ instead, which is a lot more fun than being a medicine man, I'm sure. Were you raised Muslim?
Yes.
Right on.
Our family wasn't always that practicing, and then the last couple of years we became a lot more. Well, now it's been like 10. We became a lot more practicing, and yeah, I would say we're pretty religious family.
That's interesting. A family commitment.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't even think of it as like, we don't even really think like we're committed to this. It's just like everyone is pretty on, I would say. I mean, like at different levels, but yeah.
No, it's just interesting. You don't see that happen in a family. It's let's all do this. Let's take on it's usually infighting or.
No. I would say like I think it's partially a cultural thing. Well, actually, our family's not very cultural, but we're Pakistani, and Pakistanis are usually well, there's mixed families, but like there's kind of an accepted norm of like religiosity, and it's not uncommon, I would say. Like if you go to any Pakistani house, like you're probably gonna know like, okay, they're probably not gonna eat like non-halal meat, like your kosher non-halal meat is like what we would have halal meat.
Right.
And like stuff like that, you'll never see alcohol. Actually, that's not entirely accurate. There's sometimes you will, but it's like a scandal if somebody's drinking. Usually,
or smoking.
Yeah, well, smoking cigarettes, yeah, that's done. Because the men folk of overseas like kind of did that. Women didn't generally smoke, but the men did. But marijuana, yeah, you if people smoked it, they wouldn't smoke it openly. Alcohol would be, like I said, a scandal if someone was smoking alcohol or drinking alcohol. And dating, people do date, but they kind of do it like on the DL, and it's like people will, but they kind of keep it under the wraps, if you will.
Keep it on the DL. I hear you.
Yeah. I mean, people do everything, but like I'll say like there is a respect for religious people that has not left yet, which is, I guess, a good thing.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, go.
Most Jews that I meet, though, unfortunately, are not very religious. In fact, I think I've only ever met one or, well, that's not true, I've met several, but like who I've gotten to know well have been maybe one or two.
Yeah, I live in the Promised Land, New York, and not that many pious Jews where I live.
Exile goes deep. Amen.
I would have to go to the city.
I've heard stories about like there's quite a few Orthodox Jews in New York.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The city, the inner, the city proper. I live out on Long Island, but the city is much more over there.
Is it expensive to live in Long Island?
Well, the 2-bedroom, 800 square foot apartment that I live in goes for $1,500 a month. So. It is what it is. Twice that in the city.
Well,
3, yeah, I would say about, well, maybe not. 3,000 would be the top. That would be really good, nice, well-to-do neighborhood.
Mm.
Long Island actually has been going down. I know people usually think the city is like horrible. To some degree it is, but it's gotten a lot better than Long Island. Long Island's been going kind of go down the crapper, but the city's been getting better. City's doing well. Queens is actually nice now. You can drive through Queens without, getting mugged. I mean, walk through Queens.
Actually, I've only been to Brooklyn once, and it was amazing. I thought it was phenomenal.
Yeah, Brooklyn's nice, yeah. What part of Brooklyn?
I don't know. I just drove through it, but it was really nice. I liked it a lot. Are there a lot of people? I honestly couldn't tell you. I was just driving to New York, and this is like a while ago.
Okay.
But I just remember that I got a good feeling, a good vibe, if you will, from it.
Yeah. Brooklyn's still old school, so you have it's not like.
Boroughs.
Yeah, it's in a borough. Yeah, it's like you have in Brooklyn, you have like your little Polish little couple of blocks, and you have Irish couple of blocks, and Jew for a couple blocks. It's still old school like that still.
Long Island's actually pretty big. For some reason, like when I think of New York, I think of this is actually pretty massive.
Oh, Brooklyn, yeah.
No, Long Island. Long Island.
Long Island, yeah.
I don't know why I thought it was so small. And there's a lot of greenery too. Like it's not like just I don't know. Wow.
Yeah, if you look on the map for like Manhattan, it just looks like one big cement block on the map.
Yeah, it's a concrete jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually Manhattan is I don't like Manhattan. I don't even like going there.
It's so sad, Manhattan, because you look up to the sky and you can't see the sky. The building's going forever. And I can imagine living there all the time and just looking up and never being able to look to heaven or to see the stars at night or I don't know.
I've only seen the stars in my life maybe like 2-3 times ever.
Where do you live?
I live in North, like by DC, but it's just crazy because like there's so much light pollution. I mean, I can look up and see stars. I see stars every day, but I'm saying like hundreds of stars.
Right.
I've only ever. I mean, I see stars every day, but wow.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, there's a difference between a vibrant like night sky. Yeah.
And yeah, Central Park is massive. Like I'm actually kind of surprised that suddenly there's like this big park in the middle of the city because it's actually taking up a lot of real estate.
Yeah.
I wonder what the property value of that is.
I'm sure it's quite a lot. I'm sure there's probably plans to build stuff there. They actually, I think I heard. Okay, James, take care.
Yeah,
you going too?
I'm gonna head in 30 seconds.
Okay.
You were saying finish your point?
Oh no, nothing. They're talking about like building out onto the water Manhattan area, like extending out the land to build more stuff.
Mm-hmm.
For a lot of people that don't know, but like half of Manhattan is actually built on literally trash.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Like when they just it was like trash. They just compacted it in, and so I guess they're gonna plan on doing that again. I suppose.
Yeah, there was like an earthquake like a while ago, and they or something like that. Maybe I'm getting the stories mixed up.
Yeah, we had an earthquake. Yeah, it was strange.
And they took the garbage, the rubble rather, and they built a city. Like they extended like parts of the.
Oh, you're talking about when they first did it? Yeah. Okay. Because we actually had an earthquake. What? I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You even have like the stereotypical like Jewish accent.
Do I?
Yeah, like you know,
kind of
stereotypical.
Like whiny. Yeah.
Like whiny, but like there's that stereotypical New York Jewish accent. I don't know. I don't know what the hell.
No, people say that to me all the time. Yeah.
Can you say cha like like Chabad instead of Chabad?
I can't. I say Chabad. I can't do Chabad. I can't do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
There was this Israeli guy, and he was my college roommate or dorm mate rather, and he was like really impressed that I could say Cha, and like to me it's like normal because I say it all the time. I'm like I'll speaking to my mom, I'll be like, like it means afterwards I'll go there, or in the end I'll go there, and like I'll talk like that normally, and it blows like people's minds. They're like, he sounds rather New York Irish to me. Reuven says, I don't know, I can't tell the difference, Reuven.
Yeah, yeah. You have to look for it.
And what other letters are there in Hebrew that might be different, hard to pronounce? I know, Reuven, I think you guys have the letter Ayin as well, right?
What's the letter that makes like what is it, TZ sound?
Tsa?
That always gives me hard times.
What does it sound like? Tsa?
I'm guessing, yeah. I can't. Off the top of my head, I can't.
I think I've seen that like in like Sadiq. That's Arabic. Sadiq, I guess, or Sadiq, Sadiq, or I don't know how the hell they pronounce it.
It's weird that the Hebrew they put letters together that in English they don't go together. Like TZ, for example. Like, okay.
It's kind of like TH is like the.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. For them, yeah.
Do you guys even have like if I say the Hebrew Arabic alphabet, it's like Alif, Ba, Ta, Tha, Jim, Ha, Kha, Dal, Zal, Ra, Za, Sin, Shin, Sad, Dad, Ain, Ghain, Fa, Qaf, Kaf, Lam, Mim, Nun, Waw, Ha, Hamza. Yeah, so like Alif, Bet, but I'm saying how to pronounce it. Gamel, Dalet, He, Vav, I guess Zayn, Yain, Chet. And there's a difference between like, isn't there like a difference between Chet and Tet or something like that? It's pretty similar. But
look at that KH. Look at that KH.
Yeah, that's Kha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I see H. Okay, right, but you say it as a K, right?
I CH, whatever.
And then, oh, man.
But there's like some differences, like you have two memes, or mems, I guess. You have two of them, and I don't know the difference. And you have two noons as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, there's a difference in the pronunciation. I just don't know what it is.
Okay. Should have got the best picture beforehand, Reuven. Come on. Disappointing. You got to be chop chop now. So, do you keep up with anyone from Stickham?
No. Like, I didn't even know these communities migrated from one to the other. I would love to meet Mateo. I would actually really like to meet him. But,
Last I heard, he was an Acre.
What's Acre?
How do you pronounce how do you pronounce it in AK, the Crusader City? Yeah, we're called the Crusader City.
Oh, this is like overseas, like in
Yeah, this is
Israel.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd never even seen his face or anything. I don't know.
Hope he's well. I know last time I heard from him, he had like a fifth kid. He was moving up in the world. He got like a house and not living in like an apartment anymore, and in like in Jerusalem. Well, maybe not necessarily moving up if he's moving away, but
Does he
you
speak
get what I'm
Hebrew?
saying. Oh, of course. Mateo speaks like fluent in like several languages, doesn't he, Reuven? Aramaic, I think he even knows.
He's fluent in Arabic now. Oh man, that's making me jealous.
His wife taught him.
How did his wife teach him Arabic? Is his wife like Misrachim or something like that? Berber. Okay, yeah. She's Moroccan, I guess. Yeah, Moroccan. Yeah, I've seen Berbers. I was in Morocco. I went there. So I think they're called Misrachim, right? Is that right? Hmm. Okay, yeah. أنا درست عربي مثلا 4 سنوات تقريبا، لكن أنا لا أعرف إلا قليل، لأن درست I guess درسوني or my studying متقطعات. I can understand Arabic reasonably well, but I have trouble speaking it, and I've been studying it on and off for about approximately 4 years. But it's been like a disjointed 4 years, unfortunately, for different reasons. And I haven't studied like in 2 years. But I have like little conversations with people here and there. And I was overseas one year, and in the cities of Makkah and Medina, there's like a bazillion Pakistanis that are there. Like I don't know, understand why there's so many that are there. And I was walking around, and they would come up to me, and they would kind of like, or rather, I would talk to people, and whoever, depending on who we ran into, we would need to speak in one language or the other. And I speak reasonably, I speak Arabic, and I speak Urdu pretty fluently. So I would translate for people. It was so much fun. At one point, there was like this British family, and they needed to buy something, and they came up to me and were like, "Can you say this to this person?" Like, and they said this in Urdu, and I was like, "Sure." So I said it, and then after that, like they started speaking in English. I was like, "Why did you speak in English?" Like I didn't. So. I love languages. And actually, I like the way Hebrew sounds. I think it sounds very nice.
Yeah, Hebrew would be something I like to learn.
Pick it up?
Yeah, well, first I have to master English.
Honestly, like, I mean, I've studied Arabic close enough. Semitic languages are pretty easy to pick up because the grammar is logical. I mean, I think so. I think the grammar is logical. It makes logical sense as opposed to English, which has no rhyme or reason. So there's like four. Okay, basically it's like there's a verb, there's a noun, and then there's a particle. That's it. So like a verb is obviously an action of or whatever, and then there's a noun, and then there's like words like a and the or things like that, and that's it. And like then like you got to conjugate verbs and you got to conjugate nouns, but they follow a pattern, and so it's easy. That's my observation. I don't know if you had similar different experiences, but.
You know, that's interesting. I got to keep that in mind, what you just said. The way you broke it down like that.
Excuse me. Let me find a table. Because I bet you I could. 1 second. Actually, you know what? Let me do that another time. It's kind of late. I should probably call it a night.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Tomorrow's my last day of work.
Oh, yeah, it's good to hear. Yeah. Get some relax.
All right, man. It's very good talking to you. Genuinely.
It was great meeting you. Great seeing you. Come back every Tuesday. Good. Every Tuesday and Thursday we do something. So
Tuesdays I go to a spiritual gathering, but
okay.
Thursday perhaps. All right. Have a good night.
You too. Be well.
Same to you. Bye.
Well, Reuven got raptured, it looks like, and we're live, and I'm still, here. Comment, rate, and subscribe. Make sure you share the link, put it out there, and make sure everything. Oh, welcome back, Reuven. I'm just letting the audience know that they should share the video, subscribe, check out the Facebook and Google Plus pages of the Noachide groups, and if you want to keep up to date when we're hosting every Tuesdays and Thursdays, we sort of do a thing. So, yeah, be well and take care, and God bless.